What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It's Monday, April 6th, 2026, and we're once again back at the McDonald's, where we can also see what's going on the main platform area. Schiphol Oost, runway 27 and runway 18 left. The wind has calmed down a little compared with what we had yesterday. You can see the windsock, eddies, the sun is out, some cirrus clouds, contrails, it's beautiful weather. A KLM wide body being towed. And once again, the same runways in use as yesterday. The wind is blowing from the west still, as you guys can see by the windsock. Departures from 18 left have begun, taking place from the runway threshold. And then around 11 o'clock, from 11 until 11:40, and from 1 till 2 o'clock approximately, we are going to get arrivals here on runway 27, where the arrivals are going to be arriving from the east, which is currently looking like so. The sun is out, as you guys can see. This is looking to the south. A bit more nebulous at the horizon, but otherwise still good. This is looking to the west, where the wind is blowing from. And this is looking to the north. A very good morning to everybody who joined already. Marja, goedenavond. Wolfgang, good morning. Goedemorgen. Good morning, one and all. You guys remember that lad that was waving to us from the rooftop terrace? There he is. He was here. He arrived shortly before I arrived here. Had a small chit-chat. He'll be leaving for Birmingham later today. I think he has to board his flight around 4 o'clock this afternoon. But he is traveling lightly, so he can just travel to Schiphol and go through customs. Hadi Barry, goedemorgen. Nico, goedemorgen. Peter K, goedemorgen, good morning. Hunter Cat, good morning. Philip, MD Prod, good morning. Mr. F, Rally Team, goedemorgen, good morning. Bjorn, goedemorgen. Odero, goedemorgen, good morning. Piotrek, good morning. Welcome one and all. KLM flight 1829 to Stuttgart up next, and Bro 175. Bump bump. Oh, also my big feet bumping into the tripod. Mind your step. Schiphol constantly warns passengers for it. Mind your step. And it also applies to streamers out in the field. Emirates is on the way, the Emirates A380. Last time I checked, its estimated time of arrival was shortly after 2 o'clock. I hope it's going to make up a few more minutes so that its ETA will come before 2 o'clock. If that's the case, it might land here on runway 27. Don't get your hopes up too high, but in theory it is possible today. It's more likely today than it was yesterday. Although yesterday it was more likely due to the wind and runway use. Chris Coot is also over here. He was sitting on his nest, but now he decided to go for a morning swim. He's just a swimming addict, is what he is. Careful that you don't overtrain. Gary Grebe is also here already. Next up, KLM flight 1787 to Hanover. Another Embraer 175. Looking around on flight radar with outbound filter enabled. Not sure what is going to be the next airplane after this. Departing from 18 left. Runway 24 is also open. Of course, all the wide bodies, the Deltas, etc. to the United States will be leaving via that runway. I'm hopeful that today we are going to get to see the Cathay Pacific A350-1000 that yesterday, unfortunately, and only as an exception to the rule, because the runway was still in use, also from the threshold, but it was sent to runway 24. And we got robbed of the Cathay Pacific A350 yesterday. Good day for redemption, methinks. Hey, Malky is also back in the chat. Graham is too. Bobbers as well. ST4 Games, good morning. Welcome to the show, Ruud. And Malky is celebrating 33 months of membership. Goedemorgen, boy. Keep up the excellent work, mate. I will definitely do my best to do that, mate. Thank you so much for the kind words and thank you so much for the long-lasting support. 33 months. That is almost 3 years. 3 months left. You'll make it. I'm sure you will. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know. It sounds like I'm reciting a broken record, but I'm not. I mean it. If you have any suggestions for improvements, do let me know. I'm always looking for improvements. This is, I think, if I recall correctly, this is the old tower before the current main tower got erected. Now, there's a multitude of towers over here. So we have the Polderbaan Tower, we have this. This is the current main tower. This used to be the main tower back in the day, I think. Here's also a small little tower. And if I'm not mistaken, over there also should be one. BizJet control tower. Hey! I spy with my little eye on flight radar KLM Cargo, the Soul, popping up. Now, that can only mean one thing. That the 747 that you see over there is going to be pushed back pretty soon. Good morning, Desiree. I hope I pronounced it properly. Pero, guten morgen. Willem Wolters, goedemorgen. Anish, good morning. Ed, good morning. Dirk Antour, goedemorgen. Good morning, Kero. Good morning. So, I think this 747 is going to get pushed back to go to Seoul pretty soon. Unless it's getting delayed until after 11 o'clock. It should be taking 18 left, I think. Or has anybody already gone over to CDM and see if it is already assigned to a runway? Now, there also seems to be a fire of sorts happening over there, I think. I'm not sure. Oh no, it's not fire. I can already see they're working on the road. Road construction. So many trucks standing there. That's the A9 highway. The cars driving from left to right are moving from Alkmaar to Amstelveen. Amstelveen is not too far away. In fact, right behind the buildings over there lies the south part of het Amsterdamse Bos, Amsterdam Forest, which extends from the A10 highway all the way to here. It has a couple of lakes. It also has a Japanese blossom, cherry blossom park that always blooms in spring. That happened not too long ago, and there's the 747 getting pushed back. Luis, bom dia. Good to see you again. Good morning. Early morning for you in Brazil. 5-hour time difference. Mirjella, goedemorgen. Phil, goedemorgen. Mark H, good morning. Mr. Blue Sky, good morning. Bottlewack. QJ, goedemorgen. Inimini, goedemorgen. Arjan, goedemorgen. KLM Cargo getting pushed back, operated by Martin Air, leaving for Seoul, the capital of South Korea. Should be an Aalsmeerbaan departure, normally speaking. In other words, 18 left. Triplet of aquatic birds swimming towards me. Oh, well, until one of them got cross. Or scared. I think those were 3 ducks. Yeah, almost certainly those were 3 ducks. How's the ambient audio? Yesterday it was a bit loud, it wasn't balanced with the voiceover. Keep forgetting that even though the wind is blowing in my ears and it makes other people harder to understand. It's not, it doesn't really necessitate higher volume on ambient microphone since the blimp is filtering the wind noise. Ambient is thumbs up, Hans says. Goedemorgen Hans, and thanks for the feedback. Hey Jannes, good morning. Marcel, goedemorgen. Bonus stream indeed, Arjan. You guys were asking for it yesterday and I figured, hey, I'm also having a day off. Lisa is in Belgium. I have the place to myself and lovely weather. Plus, runway use that you normally don't get. Normally, you don't get runway 27 open for arrivals after the outbound rush hour that is currently taking place and for which 18 left is now open, closes down. That's exceptional. I think it has to do with maintenance to part of the taxiways here at Schiphol because they haven't used 18 center in ages. Lucky us, because that means runway 27 is now more used than normally would be the case. Normally it wouldn't be as busy here as it has been during the last couple of streams, which I regret very much because I love this location. It's, well, it's got everything except overview, which you had in P3, but small price to pay. A321neo on its way to Madrid. Madrid. You're all mad. And the next one already rolling. Embraer 190 to Turin. KLM flight 1639. Narrow bodies exodus right now taking place, but there is a KLM 747 on the move. I am assuming it is coming to 18 left and isn't going to take off via 24, but assumption is the mother of all F-ups, you know that. Has anybody verified on CDM? Next up is an EasyJet. EasyJet to Milan. Hey Ronaldo, goedemorgen, fijne Pasen. Steve, morgen. Mawi, goedemorgen, good morning. Kabouterplop, goedemorgen, good morning. Henk, goedemorgen. Pieter, good morning, goedemorgen. Louis, goedemorgen. And Luis wants me to film the arriving LATAM Dreamliner. From here it's impossible to film its arrival, or near impossible. Might be possible to see a glimpse, although I think maybe buildings are in the way. If it is taxiing here in the vicinity and is within visual range of the camera, obviously I will shoot it. There's police over there. I shoot it with my camera. Not that I have any weapons with me here, other than maybe an umbrella to fight off any angry streamers who want to beat me. Hey, the Coots have returned to their nest. No, that's not something we're going to film. This is a family-friendly channel. There might be young children watching. It's spring. Hey, thanks for the confirmation, Maria. That's nice. Mike Romeo, goedemorgen, good morning. Jamie, goedemorgen. Jin Shin, aloha, mate. Good to have you again. Hope all is well. Hope all is well with all of you. Indeed, 747 on the move, Nielsje. It's coming this way. And the Golf November, Tugger, just passed me by, the lads waving. It sounds eerily quiet, doesn't it? Are those Tuggers electric nowadays, or at least a few of them seem to be? That is sounding like a Tesla drove by. Well, a nicer looking one, but Amerika, good morning. Joey Pitt, good morning. Goedemorgen. Marianne, goedemorgen. Most of the time the channel is 18 plus. Yeah, you're right. You are right. Just Marcel, goedemorgen. Only planes indeed. Right. Air France over there. Flight 1241, A320 to Paris, Charles de Gaulle. Sounds like a mixer. Yeah, but not on the high setting. My mixer on high setting sounds a bit different than what you heard just now. But you're right, it does sound a little like a mixer. Cake batter. Grrr. Another tugger. Getting away with the triple. Which one is this? Ah, it's one of the guy wires that I've been placing a little bit too far out of center. Is that something I can fix? My hammer is my proverbial hammer is already serving as. Oh well, let me give it a go. I always fixate my tripod with guy wires in the ground here. There's all grass around Schiphol, and I use that to firm up the tripod with guy wires. One around each tripod leg and then into the ground. Yeah, that's better. One of them I've positioned a bit out of the center, so each time I'm repositioning, one of my feet is hitting it. Was hitting it, I hope. Now it won't anymore, since I've placed it a bit more central. Already this new tripod, being carbon fiber, is much more stable and rigid than the old one I had until recently was. The tripod has seven levels of drag, so ample headroom for filming smoothly. Yesterday with the wind, I'm not sure if you guys noticed, it was a big difference. Didn't have to resort to using image stabilizer, the on-camera image stabilizer that I used on windy days with the old setup. But still, I like to be planted firmly to the ground with my tripod, which is why I still use those guy wires. But you need to place them centrally. Otherwise, walking around the camera, you continuously keep hitting them. 747 northwest to southeast. Northwest to southeast. Yeah, got it in sight in your north. The 747 that Wolfgang was referring to is flying over there. It's going towards the sun, so, but it's still on the right side, I think. Yeah, we can just about make out it is lofty. The right inner contrail a bit in front of the tail from this angle. Right. Her Majesty the Queen to Seoul with a capital S. There it is. It's coming this way. Slowly but surely. Another Air France to Paris. No. Flight radar isn't updating, or... Marcoet, goedemorgen, good morning. Marlon, goedemorgen, good morning. Katerina, goedemorgen. Kees, goedemorgen. Why is my flight radar still showing Air France flight 1241? Is that just me? Or do you guys also see Air France flight 1241 at the threshold still on flight radar? Is my app hicking up? Live chat is updating, so that is not the problem. But my flight radar seems to be stuck. Unless you guys also see the same, then it is a problem from a flight radar problem. Hey, KLM 100 years as well. Hehe, nice combo shot. Well, my flight radar has completely frozen. I don't see any movement on the platform. Also, the 747 is still at Schiphol O, so I'm going to have to reboot my flight radar quickly. In the meantime, I see that Mauki went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. May, thank you so much. Mauki, Minty, Stoddard, thank you so much for your generosity. And a warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Server is not responding. Okay, try again. So I'm having a problem with flight radar right now. Right, that seems to have been a problem with my Wi-Fi, because disabling Wi-Fi and going back to my 5G phone internet does seem to have made it working again. Alright, yeah, got things working again. Last couple of times I had internet trouble with flight radar on my Wi-Fi. It preceded an internet disturbance, so I hope that the stream is going to stay working. If things are breaking up, let me know. In the meantime, again, Malky, thank you so much for your generosity. 5 new membership and 5 new members courtesy of you. If you are the recipient of a gifted membership, don't forget to say thank you to the gifter. Have fun with the custom emojis. We have 34 at your disposal for a month if you receive a gifted membership. If you enjoyed the gifted membership, consider renewing it once it's expiring, or maybe gifting someone else a gifted membership who might also enjoy it for a month. Martin Air operating KLM Cargo. KLM Cargo operated by Martin Air, flight 9411 to Seoul. 747-400 at Papa Hotel, Charlie Kilo Charlie, the CKC, 22 years old, first flight January 2004. Let's look and listen, ladies and gentlemen. This jet first needs to take off. Now that that has happened, once the BizJet has cleared the trajectory of the 747, the KLM 747 is going to be granted clearance. And we'll be taking off. In the meantime, Peter Brugge just becoming our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Peter, welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Thank you so much for your vote of confidence and for the support. Hey, Martin Air is also here. Not only there on the, on screen, but in the chat as well. Goedemorgen. Kelly and McNulty, good morning. Welcome to the show, and welcome to the show, me, myself, and all the others. Let's look and listen. on its way it is. Again, a warm welcome to the Aurora Skylines, Peter and Groucho. Good morning and congratulations and thank you. Groucho Kent is celebrating 12 months of membership. He has gone green today. 1 year, he writes. And I will be on Delta flight 161 on Friday at 9:40. Nice. Hey, the Kilo Juliet coming by. And the lads waving and honking as well. And that's KLM Cargo on its way to Seoul. Hey John, hey Han, Mary Naomi, goedemorgen. Lost since 76, good morning, goedemorgen. Twan, goedemorgen. Dus good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. And we are here once again at Mecca's, the Mecca of Mecca, where our Baltic is now taking off. I'm having a great time being out here again, lovely weather. And of course, lots of things to see and hear and film. Hope you guys are enjoying as well. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you want to help this channel grow. It really helps. Air Baltic, flying on behalf of Austrian, going to Vienna. With a little bit of luck, we're going to get the 747 arriving from Nairobi. Landing here on runway 27. Singapore Airlines cargo, if I'm not mistaken. Thought its estimated time of arrival was around 1:30 local time. At that time, 2 runways open for arrivals, and I'm expecting that to be runway 27, just like during the previous couple of days. It's getting more busy here. On the platform you can see more action. More airplanes are moving. Though not necessarily to us. Another Delta A350 here at Schiphol Airport. I'm so pleased to see that Delta has resumed A350 service to Schiphol Airport. Took them a long time to resume the service. I'm happy that they've done that. Chat window isn't updating to the bottom of the chat. Let's see if reloading the page does the trick. I think it does. Yeah, now I can see we're at the bottom again, where you can also enter chat messages yourself. Wasn't seeing the last message and I wasn't able to scroll down. Using split screen on your phone does sometimes take a little bit of fiddling to get it working. I think this is the A319 to Frankfurt coming my way. Hey Jan, goedemorgen. Good to see you, mate. Oh, totally missed a relatively silent single engine piston little airplane that took off just now. Is it going to do circuits, touch and goes? Let's see. At the place where we saw the helicopters the previous few days, no action yet. We are able to see that the Dash 8 from the Coast Guard is still there. Fuel trucks. Not many biz jets. 2, 3. And there's maybe a 4th. Or is that a commercial plane? Might be a commercial one. Looked a lot bigger. Yeah, and this is where you'll find the maintenance hangars and bigger airplanes, insofar as there are any. Here's our favorite, Indito. Emirates Triple is also still there. And a few more. Quite a few. KLM departing from 18 left. Embraer 190. Next after this, the A319 to Frankfurt, Lufthansa flight 987 that we saw taxiing to the runway before. We did a quick check of Schiphol Oost. There's our Lufthansa A319. Hey W, Gertin, goedemorgen. Fanblade, goedemorgen, good morning. That's interesting. Seems to be something wrong with my live chat on my laptop. Interesting. Hope things are still working. My viewer count and my live chat have frozen. I've updated the software, the EHAM software, this morning, but from what I can see, I still see on my laptop. I still see Wolfgang's remark about the sound of the tugger being like a mixer, and that we're stuck at 500 viewers. But looking in YouTube Studio, I see we have more viewers. Something seems to be wrong, either with my my streaming software or with the internet connection. The live chat in my on my phone is working, but that's running over my 5G phone internet and not my modem through which I also stream. So keep me posted if you guys are seeing hiccups in the stream. First time I'm seeing that my my chat window is not working. So the footage is working, the ticker is working. Are the automated messages working? I should have re-enabled that. Didn't check, but it should be working again. No hiccups, says Hans. I'm happy to hear that. So it must be the software then. Wonder if there's something I can do to fix that. Let me see. Do you guys see it if I paste a message in the chat? Does it show here on my software? I inputted the word test, but I'm not seeing it. Yeah, and also not in the live chat on my phone. Interesting. So according to my streaming software, we're stuck at 500 viewers, and I am not seeing new messages in on my laptop. I do see it. I do see that things are still moving ahead in the live chat on my phone, which is the browser version of YouTube. Hey, Orange Pride. Orange Pride over there. That's KLM flight 743 to Lima in Peru. Unfortunately not going to the runway we are standing closest by to. KLM flight 1851 to Munich is coming this way though. Chris Koot is over here having a nibble in the grass. Fibers. Yum, 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 yum. Annette is also back in the chat. Bleedex, goedemorgen, good morning. Wim, goedemorgen, good morning. Right, so I am assuming then that I am just having some hiccups with the streaming software. As long as the stream gets pumped to YouTube and that's still working, it doesn't matter that my chat window on my laptop has frozen. I just tried to send no auto notifications. Oh, that's strange because I should have enabled that. That should be working. That is weird. I did re-enable that, so then there's something definitely wrong with the software right now. Right, let's head over to the overlay. Just a quick test. A test notification message to see if it is working or not. So I updated my streaming software this morning because there was a new update available. I figured, what could go wrong? Well, apparently stuff. That doesn't bode well. Browser doesn't want to go to the page. All right, well, I am preparing myself mentally for a crash of the stream because that's what I think might start happening. We have a few malfunctions right now, one of which I never had before, namely that my streaming software isn't showing the live chat but has frozen. The number of viewers, the number and the chat on my laptop has frozen. I'm also not, apparently I also don't have any auto notifications, which should have been enabled again. Tested that yesterday. Manual ticker, but automated notifications. So yeah, brace yourself, I might... Something is not working here, and obviously troubleshooting is something I'm not going to do. But brace yourself for a stream that might crash. Occasional gremlins, they still happen. A couple of weeks back, right at the point that the 747 was about to land at the Kaagbaan, that also happened. TUI flight 1635 to LPA Gran Canaria. This is a MAX 87374, 4 years old. First flight June 2021. The Papa Hotel Tango Foxtrot uniform. In the meantime, a very good morning to everybody who joined. Buddy is testing. Does it pop? Does it work and pop up? Well, it does in my live chat, but I'm not seeing anything on screen here. I'm not sure what happened here. I think that the new version of EHAM is not working properly. A couple of malfunctions. The connection to stream elements should work and the automated messages should pop up automatically. Only the ticker is running through EHAM and I can update that manually. In EHAM, my chat has frozen, the number of viewers have frozen. But also connecting to stream elements on my laptop doesn't seem to be working, and that usually is a sign that there's also something wrong with the Wi-Fi. And it has happened before that preceded a malfunction in the internet connection. Okay, so it was working initially, Buddy says. Okay, you did see it popping up earlier. That at least tells us something. That at least tells us something. Cheater on Cheater's Lane. And a 787-10 Dreamliner to Bangalore is also coming this way. In the meantime, we are looking at the special livery Estonian flag Air Baltic, which we also saw, was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? Don't recall. When you're standing at the same location for multiple days on end, things do tend to get a bit blurry in with respect to when what happened. Hey, the test message came through. Hey, and now I see 827 viewers and almost 300 likes, so things do seem to be working again now. Huh? And I also see that Peter K's message in my chat window on my phone is now also showing in EHAM. Okay, so the laptop seems to have unfrozen again. So hopefully pop-up messages will now also work again. Test 2. Right, I see that popping up in the chat. That's good. Yeah, okay, well. Temporary freeze of the laptop, apparently. Not exactly sure what happened there. Makes me wonder what will happen with Flight Radar on my phone if I engage Wi-Fi again, so that the internet connection runs through the modem I'm also uploading the stream with. I usually do that so that I have a sentinel sort of on my phone that shows me whether or not the internet connection I'm streaming with is still stable. Paladin, thank you so much. The stream is coming in great here in Texas. Thank you so much for the feedback, mate. Welcome to the show, everybody. A lot more viewers now than I thought we had. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we're once again here at the McDonald's, where right now departures take place from runway 18 left, but by now most of you will probably know there's a runway intersecting this runway perpendicular, and that's runway 27, and that should open up at around 11, from 11 to 11:40 for arrivals, and again around 1 o'clock, from 1 till 2 o'clock. So that means we're going to get continuous action over here, which is not a daily practice. If that was the case, then I would be filming here all day, every day. But it means we have a nice mix of departures now, arrivals later, and again departures and arrivals, and non-stop action. All right, test again from Buddy, and it does seem to be working now. I see it on my laptop screen. Give me your bank account number, and I'll forward the funds back to you. Thank you so much, Buddy, for the test. So apparently there was a hiccup in the software, which I don't know why it happened. Like I said, I updated EHAM this morning because it popped up notifying me that there was a new version out. One of the faults that it should help is that it should fix random certain crashes. So I figured, hey, that sounds like an improvement. After the big hiccup at the Kaagbaan a couple of weeks ago, I saw that after having updated my Mac OS, the updates were set to automatic. I've overruled that and set it to manual again, so that my computer doesn't update its OS randomly. Not sure if that was what caused it, but things really got stuck on my laptop. All right, well, anyway, enough technical mumbo jumbo, let's go back to the airplanes. Transavia taking off. Operating a KLM flight. And Gilberto is at work now, but we'll stop to watch AMS live. That's right, screw the patience. We have KLM flight 879 to Bangalore in India lined up right here. A 787-10 Dreamliner to Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Papa. Brand new airplane, first flight May 2025. Hey, Jen Rusek, goedemorgen kerel. Software, fix one issue, introduce 2 new ones, yep. Never ever should you update anything. Yeah, no. Generally speaking, I'm still very thrilled with my M1 MacBook, but MacBook Air. I'm no Apple fanboy or anything. I don't have anything else from Apple other than my MacBook, but prior to buying the M1, which I needed for streaming because of Thunderbolt, I had a MacBook Air from 2014. With the exception of the spacebar, which started to malfunction a little after a glass of water fell over it when I was on a skiing trip a couple of years back. It was functioning pretty well. They come at a steep price, but and you need to learn the ropes of macOS first, coming from Windows. But I am quite happy with the performance and reliability. But yeah. If it's not internet issues, it's computer issues. It's the more variables you introduce, the more chances of malfunctions you get. Hopefully this was a one-off hiccup. Hey Marissa, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Ik, mezelf en ik. Me, myself and I in Dutch is that, right? Paul, KLM with 2 tails. Indeed, indeed. Twin tail. You have twin engines and you also have twin tails. Leave it to KLM. Howdy Henk. Max, goedemorgen. Max is tuning in from Haarlem, not too far away from here. KLM flight 1919 to Zurich up next, and then 1603 to Rome. Then Holmes' favorite to Valencia. I was about to say to Vueling. Nah. Airwolf. Contrails everywhere, and I thought I heard a tugger behind me, but that's not the case. It might have been the engines of KLM flight 597 that's going to go to Cape Town in South Africa. Hey Dinesh, goedemorgen, good morning. RDW, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, one and all. Joop, goedemorgen. KLM flight 597 to Cape Town in South Africa and KLM flight 1603 to Rome is pulling up. A321neo. This is Fax G with a carrying cabin in the back. Rotation. And up it goes. Singapore A350 on radar and the Dow is about to land at the Polderbaan. Yeah, well, I'm wondering what we are able to see from here with respect to arrivals on the Polderbaan. I think, if considering we normally would be standing somewhere behind the McDonald's, I think you would need to look somewhere over there. Probably between the trees, you might be able to catch a glimpse of arrivals to the Polderbaan. Then again, the Polderbaan is located more to the northwest. So, yeah, I really think, particularly with the trees here in the foreground in the way, and the bus terminal building over there, I think seeing arrivals here on the Polderbaan is going to be hard. We should be able to see them once they taxi to the main platform area, of course. A bit further in the background over there, they should become visible at some point. But no sooner than that. Hey Artem, goedemorgen. Olaf, good morning. Rally team, goedemorgen, good morning. Bulgaria, to Sofia. It also says it here. That P is an R as the Greek rho, and that character in the middle is there to stress. So it's not but Or at least, if I recall correctly, in Russian that symbol is used to give emphasis. And even if it were bullshit, it does sound logical, so... It sounds plausible, doesn't it? Right, KLM flight 597 Cape Town South. KLM Asia. Cape Town in the very south of Asia, apparently. Richard, good morning. Good to see you again, mate. Dick en Wendy, goedemorgen. This is the PHBVB, Bravo Victor Bravo, 18 years old. Flappy wing. Excuse to use the bouncy airplane custom emoji if you are a member. Don't forget, 34 chances to be funny. To be used at any moment in time. It's to soften. Here I got my amplify and soften symbols mixed up. Thanks for the reminder. So it's not but Rob Lerb, good morning. Indeed, Pob. Hey Hans, goedemorgen and thank you for the kind words. Hans Rundefort wrote in Dutch, good morning. Nice footage again from the living room. Make sure to go out, it's also nice weather. The sun is out and the wind is calm. It's not too cold, it's lovely weather to be going out for a walk later today. I'm definitely going to do a bike ride later today. Lovely weather. Right, this is KLM Flight 1775 to Berlin, which I think we also saw yesterday. Not sure what party it went to, but it forgot to wipe its nose. Indeed, Paladin, nice that you have Mickey D's close by here. Easy to grab a cup of coffee. Think you can also get coffee at the French fries truck that is often at the Polderbaan. Of course, it's not the same as McDonald's. Also a bit wider choice of foods and drinks in general than at the Polderbaan. I imagine that the restroom facilities are also better here than they are at the Polderbaan. Now for me, coffee is a no-go for now. Not during the stream, at least not in copious amounts. That's also why I took espresso this morning instead of filter coffee. Don't want to drink too much, otherwise it only makes you want to go to the bathroom, makes you need to use the bathroom more quickly. Bert, goedemorgen. Gmob, good morning. Gmob asks, does Delta operate the A330neo to JFK as the Delta 47? 47 is to New York, if I recall correctly. 47 and 57 as well, or am I getting my flight numbers mixed up right now? They often fly A330s. Not sure if it's always a neo. Think they mix it up. Last couple of days, Delta arriving from Minneapolis, the 160, 161, those have been A350s again. Good morning, Sarah, and welcome back. Good to see you again. Noordwijk, Noordwijk tuning in from Sassenheim. That's confusing. Daniel, goedemorgen. Daniel, goedemorgen. Good morning. Shut up, Prepper, goedemorgen. Good morning. William, good morning. Goedemorgen. Guidus, good morning. Mees, goedemorgen. Welcome everybody. Happy Easter. For those of you joining us later, you may have missed the KLM Cargo 747 to Seoul already. We're waiting for, well, hopefully the Emirates A380. Last time I checked this morning before going out, its ETA was a few minutes past 2. So you'd say, in theory, there is a chance of it to make up 10 minutes underway so that it arrives here before 2 o'clock and therefore might be landing here on runway 27. Have you guys checked the ETA of the A380 and has it gone up or down in time? Before that, and if all is well, should be landing here between 1 and 2 o'clock, around 1:30, Singapore Airlines Cargo. I'm expecting runway 27 to open up for arrivals at around 11. E2 Embraer 195 to Dubrovnik. ATL Dreamliner on radar, thank you Wolfgang. Now when it was the Formula 1 special livery here 2 days ago, they sent it to the wrong runway. I hope that the Etihad Dreamliner today will take 18 left to go back to Abu Dhabi. Saw it on my way over here. Parked right before the entrance of the tunnel to go under the Buitenveldertbaan. Duncan, goedemorgen. 3 days in a row, indeed, yeah. As far as I'm concerned, I make it 4 days in a row from Thursdays till Sundays, but that's mostly weather dependent. thus far it hasn't been that great yet. Hopefully the new year, the new season will improve from here on going forward. Here is the A340-600, the Dows. The Dows back in the house and within visual range. KLM Flight 1365 to Budapest lined up here at the threshold of 18 left. 737-700. Etihad to Singapore, both assigned to 18 left. Thank you, Marissa, for letting us know. Radio 478 asks any queens today. Well, there was one already taking off from 18 left earlier in the show. Catch that on the highlight reel or watch it in replay. And Singapore Airlines is expected to arrive here around 1:30. Hopefully it's going to land on runway 27, which I think is going to be open between 1 and 2. Means it should be landing right here before our very eyes. And with a little bit of luck, the ETA, yeah, Maria had a look. ETA of the A380 now stands at shortly before 2. Fingers crossed, ladies and gentlemen, if it is going to stay before 2 o'clock. There's a very good chance it's going to land on runway 27. Assuming that runway 27 is going to be the secondary runway for the arrivals between 1 and 2. And assuming I am not going to be sent away here, of course. You only need one Schiphol authority guy with a bad temper who woke up, as we say in Dutch, with and exiting the bed with the wrong foot. Is there a good English expression for that? Met verkeerde been naar bed stappen. Leaving your bed with the wrong foot, literally translated to English. I think you'll probably catch the underlying meaning, but what's the equivalent? Hadi Anja, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Peter, goedemorgen. Peter tuning in from Uithoorn, also close by. Always a lot to see at Schiphol. KLM forgot to pay their bills, so one of the big jets is getting towed away. Meanwhile, Chris Coot is doing morning cardio over here. Always up early, what a trooper. Stomper of nests. But I think he's just misunderstood. We see an act of aggression, but it's actually a service to fortify nests for free. Solidify the base. Unless, of course, your nest has a concrete foundation, then stomping isn't necessary. And the only thing you need is shielding from the wind. Well, the nest is still there, so it succeeded and passed the test yesterday. Starting the day on the wrong foot is the expression in English. Thank you, I am Ayal. So almost exactly the same. You only need one of them, and it's bye-bye over here. He just wanted to dance, yeah. Chris Coot is misunderstood. It rhymes as well. That makes it true. Hey, Stephen is also back in the chat. Good to see you. Jan says, I think it's a pretty common expression in English too. Yeah. Like we're not made of sugar, waking up with the wrong foot, waking up on the wrong side of the bed. Yeah. Well, there you go. I see we're almost at 1,000 viewers and almost at 400 likes. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you want to help this channel reach a wider audience. Likes really help a lot to spread the content to new viewers who might also enjoy this. I'll drink to the almost 400 likes. Thank you so much. Bottoms up. At least that also seems to be working. The sound effects. Lot flight 266. Where Where have you gone to? Ah, there you are. A lot to see, but sometimes you need to look for it. Jan asks, why are you not spotting near the fence? Well, first of all, the parking meter is closer by. Second of all, this is a better spot to be filming everything on runway 27 from, in my humble opinion. Third reason is that the fence becomes even bigger when you get closer by to it. And from here, it's just a small detail in the picture. Very polished takeoff so far. Shiny. I'm also hearing something overhead. And that's a twin jet that just passed me by. Is that Delta? I think it might be. That might well be Delta. It's not Delta, but it is a Dreamliner by the looks of it, so then it is Air Canada probably. Simple reasoning. Now the windsock is looking more aroused than where I am standing. The wind is actually feeling what it feels like. Ko says in Dutch, it's probably cold next to the runway. It's not that cold. Now I do have my fingerless gloves on, but I always get cold hands really quickly. It's not that cold, although I did have to scrape off some icing on my front window, the front window of my car this morning, to my surprise. But now, standing here in the sunshine with little to no wind that I'm feeling here. No, I wouldn't call it cold. It's not t-shirt and shorts weather yet. That's also not too bad. So it was indeed Air Canada. You're right, Malky, nobody likes a floppy sock. I think the blue pills of yesterday have worn out. We need a new batch of pills. Now, luckily we are in the Netherlands and making pills is what we are good at. Particularly in the south of the country. They really excel at it. Another one of Hans' favorite to Barcelona. Vueling flight 8301. Is the dot still in place? Why, yes it is. This is the ECMBS Mike Bravo Sierra, 11 years old already. First flight May 2014. 737 to Milan. Up next, KLM flight 1615. Also looking to my right to see if I can spot any signs of Singapore and or Etihad already. Those should be coming this way. I wonder. There's the A350 already. Singapore Airlines A350 coming this way. Behind it is a KLM Dreamliner by the looks of it, but I'm not seeing it off flight radar with outbound enabled, so that's probably inbound. Hey Martin, good morning. Welcome back, mate. Bas, goedemorgen kerel. Good to see you again. KLM 737 to Milan, taking off right now. Delta A330. There's the A350. I'm not expecting great changes in the weather, but I am going to update the meter in the ticker just quickly. 9 degrees is the previous measurement, and this is the latest weather report. Hey, mevrouw Pitat, goedemorgen. Happy Easter to everybody who joined in the meantime. If you look in the ticker, you can see the latest weather report from 8:25 Zulu time, that's 10:25 local time. Wind 8 knots, 290 degrees, 10 kilometers of visibility, few clouds at 3,200 feet, and the air temperature is 10 degrees Celsius, in other words, around 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Relatively high pressure building up. Might get out the telescope tonight then. Or at least for some visual, for some visual observing. Thanks to the help of AI, I realized that I also needed to tweak my setup, my astrophotography setup, just a little bit to get the focal reducer and field flattener to work properly. Reducing optical aberrations. Singapore A350 to Singapore flight 323 is making its way to the threshold of 18 left, where KLM flight 1971 is ready to go to Lickety Split in Croatia. Hey Mark, goedemorgen. Look at old footage of international airports, and whenever you see Singapore Airlines, you'll notice that their livery hasn't changed significantly, if anything at all, over the years. That's why this doesn't look like a retro. It actually is a de facto retro livery. Timeless and gorgeous. And it looks so good on the A350, doesn't it? I love the A350 because of its sleek form, and the Singapore Airlines livery because of its simplicity and its elegance. So together these form one of the prettiest airplanes out there right now. Dutch, me, myself and I, myself and ik, says first arrival is also close to Almere, headed to runway 27. It is 10:48, so that probably means that the Etihad is going to runway 24 then, right? I can already see, where did I see it just now? Ah, there it is. Bird control already inspecting runway 27, so that's definitely going to open up soon. Right now we are going to enjoy the departure of Singapore Airlines flight 323 to Singapore. A350-900. Turning and burning. Rolling start. The 9 Victor Sierra Mike Delta, 9 years old, first flight June 2016. So that means Etihad took too long. And it's going to be taking off from runway 24. Alright, runway switcheroo, ladies and gentlemen. From the departures from 18 left, we're going to transition to arrivals to runway 27, the intersecting runway. Western port turning in to go to the east. Meanwhile, I see that Nancy is also back in the chat. Good to see you again, Nancy. Happy Easter. Hope you've been well. Good to have you back. And Rio Shibata is tuning in from all the way from Singapore. Well, this airplane is going your way, mate. And welcome to the channel. If you are new to the channel, welcome to AMS Live. Don't be afraid to say hi. It isn't mandatory, but it is always appreciated. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many people are watching. Together they know quite a lot. There's no such thing as a stupid question. So don't be shy. Feel free to interact with all the people in the live chat. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like. A like goes a long way in helping to bring in more people in future streams. 2 contrails in the sky, not crossing directly, but they are getting pretty close. 2 twin jets. And we are going to transition from outbound traffic to inbound traffic now. Runway 27 is going to open up for arrivals. We already saw the police helicopter leave. I'm wondering, will we also get to see, where is it? It's supposed to be right there. Oh yeah, I was about to say, are we also going to get to see the Dash 8-100 of the Coast Guard going for a coastal patrol? The answers are already spinning, so I think we have our answer. I'm going to see, let's go for AMS inbound, filter inbound traffic now. And Aegean A321neo flight 3624 is the first arrival on final to runway 27 already. Coming this way, and I am now noticing while standing on the other side of the tripod that here too a guy wire is set a little bit too much to the outside. Let me try to put that a bit more central and stomp that carefully with my feet. Get the guy wire taut. Right. Makes everything really stable. Oh, shoot. Here I did miss an almost simultaneous crossing. Everything interesting always happening at once. Gary Grebe is also here. And what a looker, eh? Grebes are very pretty if you can see them and they're not underwater. Scuderia René, goedemorgen. Ryan Wilson, good morning. Cor, goedemorgen. Aloetje, goedemorgen. And thank you for the kind words. Hans Sonnenburg, mooi Pasen. Happy Easter to all of you. Now, look at this backdrop, ladies and gentlemen. That's a lot prettier than what we saw yesterday, even though it was more windy yesterday. Oh, also remember that my blimp is movable, so let me rotate it just a little bit more to stand perpendicular to the runway heading so that it catches a bit more of the arrival sound and also still the rollout. Aegean flight 3624 arriving from Athens in Greece. Bumpy. That seemed to be a tad unnecessarily hard. Yesterday, with all that headwind, the airplanes were making floaty landings, and now Aegean comes crashing in here. Well, it's a good thing that the runway has been renewed last year. It should be able to take the beating. So this is also one I hopefully am going to be able to film for you guys. I have to go back and forth a little bit between it and the next arrival. Arriving on runway 27. Next is going to be KLM flight 1828. Arriving from Stuttgart, Embraer 175, privilege style A321, inbound but going to the Polderbaan. Alan also in the chat, good to see you mate. Happy Easter. Ineke, goedemorgen, fijne Pasen. I love this contrasty backdrop. Good to see. Nagasa says I could hear everyone gasp for air with that landing. Yeah, it was a bit rough, wasn't it? Anyway. What's the expression again? Any landing you can walk away from is good landing. KLM flight 1828, arriving from Stuttgart, Embraer 175, flight time 1 hour and a minute, the Papa Hotel Echo X-Ray Sierra. 8 years old, first flight November 2017. Hey Lise, goedemorgen. Hi and bye. Another Easter brunch with family. Wow. You guys are brunching it up, aren't you? Enjoy. Howdy Klaas, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Klaas also has to go. Thanks for stopping by, mate. This is how you should land. Hope the pilots from Aegean have taken note. Stephen is celebrating 17 months of membership. Stephen, aka Just Plain Nuts JPN. He is a member now for 17 months, and he writes, "Thanks for our Monday special edition today. Thank you so much for the kind words and for your long-lasting support, Stephen. It's always a pleasure to have you in our chat. And I hope you'll keep coming back for many more months to come. If not in the Aurora Skylines as a member, then at least as a regular recurring visitor. 17 months and counting, almost 1.5 years. Hope that they have been to your liking. If you have any suggestions for improvements, let me know. That goes for all members, new and old. Great. Lars, guten Morgen und herzlich willkommen. The next airplane should be turning in from the left somewhere in the background. That's KLM flight 1816, arrival from Frankfurt. So, are we able to see it yet? I'm not sure if we can see it from here. Third consecutive day standing here. I'm not yet sure. Ah, well, there we go. I was thinking maybe that the Embraer 190 was going to be too low to see, that the trees might be in the way, but there you go. Perfectly visible. It's nice to see that there's a 777 that is arriving from Toronto that's now also continuing. So does that mean they are going to do a runway inspection on the Polderbaan temporarily? I think it is. I'm also seeing that the Dash 8 is making its way to the threshold of runway 22, and with the Embraer 190 being so far out still, I think it might go for departure right away. Coast Guard, Dutch Coast Guard, but yes, that's a Canadian registration over there that you see. And already at 500 likes, thank you all so much, ladies and gentlemen. Might be that we get another airplane dance if we continue in this tempo. That is remarkably a remarkable amount of likes already so early on in the stream. Here's the Dash 8. Yesterday we saw it immediately making a right-hand turn upon leaving the ground. Well, almost right away. The gear was still retracting and it was already initiating the right-hand turn to pass over the airfield. What's its trajectory going to be today? Well, different. Yesterday it already had initiated the right-hand turn. Alright, well. Pilot's discretion. They're still turning to the right, albeit a few seconds later. What that means, if I zoom out, is that you can see it pass overhead if you are on the panorama rooftop terrace at Schiphol. Dutch Coast Guard out for another coastal patrol. All right. Michael also back in the chat. Good to see you, Michael. Happy Easter. And Wolfgang, what are you doing, my man? Wolfgang, aka Austria Wolf, just now gifting 5 memberships. Really not necessary, mate. Thank you so much for your generosity, but that wasn't necessary. Everyone, welcome to the Aurora Skylines, to the 5 new members. If you are one of the recipients of Wolfgang's gifted memberships, don't forget to say thank you to him and enjoy those 34 custom emojis you'll now have at your disposal for a month. I challenge all of you members, new and old, to get creative with the custom emojis. They're there to be had fun with, so make sure that you use them. And again, Wolfgang, thank you so much for stupendous generosity. 5 new members courtesy of you. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines, those 5 new members. This is KLM flight 1816 arriving from Frankfurt. Now, I haven't been on a winter vacation by car in years. Until earlier this year I went twice, and I had forgotten how far away and how big Germany is and how far those destinations can be. Americans are now laughing, but we live in the Netherlands where we think that 2 hours of driving is already a long time. Frankfurt by flight is less than an hour, but it takes you 5 hours, the better part of 5 hours, to get there by car. Munich, 7 hours of driving, just an hour of flying. And yes, of course it makes sense if you calculate how much faster an airplane is going on at cruise speed than a car is on the Autobahn. But still, flipping half a day of driving or half a night, then you're at Frankfurt. Less than an hour by plane. Speaking of planes, 2 airplane glide slope shot. Where is Captain Jerry? This is for him. KLM flight 696 arriving from Toronto in Canada. It's a 777-200 And that says, boy, you can travel 12 hours and still be in Queensland. It takes 9 hours from Brisbane to Sydney. Yeah, well, but people also, I think a lot of people also underestimate how big Australia is. Australia and the contiguous United States, so the states that are right next to one another, are just about equally sized. And if you compare that to Europe, but I'm extremely biased. I live in the Netherlands. Like I said before, for us, driving 2 hours is a long time. Everything here, all the urbanized West, is within 100 kilometers. It's within 10,000 square kilometers, 100 by 100 kilometers. That's where you'll find most of the population. Some people have likened the Netherlands to a big city-state, which in a sense is kind of true. It warps your perception of distance. Then again, it does make it easier, having gone on 2 winter vacations, to drive up and down to Belgium to Lisa's parents in a single day. That is nowhere near as far in my mind anymore as it was in the beginning, although still not too far away. As the crow flies, it's not even that far south of the border. Still. Hey there, Brian, good to see you again. And Nancy, thank you so much for your ongoing support. Almost a year, 11 months and counting. Almost 1 year, AMS Live rocks. Nancy, thank you so much for your kind words and thank you so much for the support thus far. I hope the 11 months have been to your liking. If anything is amiss in the lounge, let me know. If you have any room for improvement, suggestions for improvements, let me know. That also goes for Chavs. Chavs, congratulations, mate. Welcome back, and thank you so much for 19 months of support. Good morning, boy, mods, and all from Newcastle. Good morning to you too, mate. And thank you so much for the ongoing support. To both Nancy and to Chavs, I say I hope you guys will keep coming back for more months to come. Ideally in the lounge, but if not, that's also perfectly fine. Membership is optional and not mandatory. Lurkers Lounge here is also quite good. They're towing back the A350-1000 to one of the gates so that it can take off to Hong Kong later in the show. Hopefully from runway 27, but we never know for sure here at Schiphol Airport. But there should be a reasonable chance that we are going to get to see it from 18 left. K4, Drag Racing and E2 Embraer 195. Who is going to be the winner? The clear winner is the E2. Marlon, goedemorgen. Dutchbat says, I still hate it that the crown is off the livery. Well, it isn't. It's just for KLM Asia that the crown is not on the livery. Bernd, guten Morgen. Happy Easter Monday. And welcome back, Stimpy Slammer. Stimpy renewing his or her membership. We kept your seat warm. Welcome back. Thank you so much for the vote of confidence and for renewing your membership. Ah, I already thought that Transavia airplane was moving, but it's getting tugged. Alex, good morning. Bob, good morning. Driving from Rotterdam to Groningen scared my wife in 2019, Bob says. Is that because of the busyness on the road or the many traffic jams around Rotterdam? Miss Magic Memories, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are here at McDonald's, the Mecca of Meccas. And this is runway 27, now in use for arrivals. Earlier in the show, departures from 18 left. Among those departures, KLM Cargo 747. Singapore Airlines also took off via 18 left earlier in the show with their A350. We're waiting for Singapore Airlines Cargo to be arriving from Nairobi. That should be landing on runway 27, hopefully between 1 and 2, around 1:30, last time I checked. And last time we checked, the ETA of the Emirates A380 was before 2 o'clock. That's good news. If it is expected to land here between 1 and 2 o'clock, there is a big chance it's going to land here on runway 27. ITA up next, flight 108, arriving from Rome. For those of you wondering, hey, what's going on over there? They're working, there's construction going on, I think on the highway or right next to it. Earlier when I panned the camera in that direction, there was a heap of trucks over there. Maybe they are laying new asphalt over there. Might also be on an another road, not the highway per se, because it does look like traffic is flowing freely. Hey, greetings back to Katarina, Wolfgang. Ita up next. Where there's one, there's never another one too far off. I'm wondering where that second one is, or did it already land on Polderbaan? That might also have happened. Wouldn't be the first time that one of the two Itas is going to one runway and the other is going to another. You can see the distortion of the exhaust gases in the backdrop, the clouds. Lovely to see. Ita flight 108 arriving from Rome. Alright, I spy with my little eye the douse over there. Clyde and Joanna? Not sure how to pronounce that properly. Apologies for that. Good morning to you guys. Yayodi, good morning. Hey, better late than never, no problem. Mario is here, so where is Luigi? Indeed, Jindrosek, that's a good question. I'm not seeing Luigi on final to runway 27 yet. Ameri-chan. Going back to Americha? Probably. Ah, okay. Thank you, Marissa. Marissa looked into it. The other Ita already landed 30 minutes ago, so that was a Polderbaan landing them probably. There's a twin jet control coming my way. It looks small, probably a narrow body. I'm also hearing a helicopter, and I think, if I recall correctly, somebody was also mentioning that the Lifeliner helicopter was going to be making an appearance. I'm not able to see it. I'm thinking it is behind the... Oh yeah, behind the trees right next to Mecca's. There it is. Lifeliner medical air ambulance. Hey Dick, goedemorgen. And Sam, that guy tuning in from Nairobi, that's in Kenya in Africa, if I recall correctly. Nah, I know that for a fact. Okay, flight 1216 arriving from Stockholm, 737-800 with a cabin cabin in the back. Whoop, there it is. Indeed, Mark. Privilege might be seen taxiing in. Yep, you're right, Wolfgang. As you were, or at least as I was seeing your message, I could also see it over here. What's your style? It's privilege style. KLM flight 1902 is next to arrive here on runway 27. Behind me it is approaching an A321neo arriving from Vienna. Ah, and I was already thinking, am I hearing a bizjet? The answer is yes. Constant action here, which is why I love being here so much. Hope you guys are enjoying as well. Don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. If you are enjoying what you're seeing, it helps immensely to get more people in future streams. The more the merrier. If you are new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many people are watching together, you know, quite a lot. Most people are friendly. If they're not, our moderators will take care of them. So don't be afraid to ask any questions if you have any. Sean, good morning. Tuning in from the UK. Veerboot, goedemorgen. Twan, goedemorgen. Dopey, goedemorgen. Dopey wonders if I'll be here in 1.5 hours from now. Normally speaking, I should be. Hey Ron, goedemorgen. Indeed, Dutch bed. It's ice everywhere. You need to constantly look around. By all means, feel free to inform me in the live chat if you guys spot bizjets, for instance, popping up. Think I am seeing something over there right now. Was that there already? Not sure. If you guys think something interesting is happening, let me know. Contrails, something at Schiphol Oost. Doesn't matter. I'm here alone and I'm not able to see everything going on over here, so if you guys think there's something interesting I need to see or know about, let me know. Dopey says, great, my brother will be landing. What flight will he be on and where will he be arriving from? Is it going to be an arrival here on this runway? So let's do a count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. 10 airplanes in the sky right now. That's how busy it normally is. It's just that today the contrails are visible really well. Hey Tim, goedemorgen, good to see you. Ah, Guayaquil, Ecuador. That's a Polderbaan arrival, I think. I think that plane is going to land on the Polderbaan. Normally speaking, it should land on the Polderbaan, the eastmost, the westmost runway in use. Considering that Guayaquil is arriving from the west, almost certainly going to be a Polderbaan arrival. Hey, we still have to wait a bit, and it's 11:18. I'm running over to my car to fill up the parking meter in a moment, and I'll be back in a jiffy. AMS Live.
AMS Live.
AMS Live op YouTube.
Mag ik een foto maken met mijn zoon van jou samen? Ja? Ik wil even een foto met jou, Peter. Dan kunnen we volgen. Nee? Nou, je bent geleden, denk ik.
Misschien warmt hij op. Als die opgewarmd is, laat het even weten. Dus dat doe ik graag hoor. Leuk, dank je.
met eigen kanaal.
Ja.
Ja?
Hier.
Hey, top man. Hey, dankjewel.
Alsjeblieft. All right. Parking meter filled. And just in time for KLM flight 1840 arriving from Nuremberg. Alright, Indito confirmed to land on runway 27. That is good news. Just entered Dutch airspace. Thibault, goedemorgen und herzlich willkommen. AMS Spotter, goedemorgen. And Naomi says that the Saudi cargo is estimated to arrive here a couple of minutes to 2. That was also flying together with the Emirates A380. So if both are expected to arrive here shortly before 2 o'clock, that is good news. Means that they are both likely to land on runway 27. Now, fingers crossed, you never know for sure until you know for sure. Wolfgang says we're missing the elevator music. I think I think it's just the silent the vocal minority that enjoys the elevator music. I think there might be a silent majority that may not be as thrilled about the elevator music. Don't forget, there's only a couple of dozen people interacting in the chat and many more viewers watching. So the people who are vocal in the live chat are just a vocal minority. And there's a silent majority who may think otherwise. Next up is going to be Pegasus Air Oink Oink, an A320neo arriving from Istanbul. And I can hear the twin jets passing overhead. Nobody over there, I think, but this looks like a big one. And that's Lufty. Yep. Almost certainly Lufty. Our next arrival is Pegasus, an A320neo arriving from Istanbul at it's 10 o'clock. There is another airplane already visible. KLM flight 1944 arriving from Basel on Embraer 175. Very vocal minority indeed, Jeff. Good morning. Loved the Pinky and the Brain link you sent me, mate. Thanks for the heads up yesterday. Sent it to Lisa, she also enjoyed it a lot. Great version. Are those the two voice actors in the background behind the bar mixing? Because they do sound eerily much like Pinky and the Brain in the series. I don't know who do the voice acting, but I immediately wondered, are those the actual voice actors or are they just really good voice actors able to imitate what Pinky and the Brain sounded like in the series? Ah, Lufty A330-300 to Rally Durham. Mizam, good to see you again, mate. Mizam wonders if Garuda is going to be leaving via 18 left. That's a good question. That's one for the audience to answer. I don't know by heart. departures. One of the 3 United 767s that I saw being parked around the A4 highway when I was driving up here today. And here we have Chris Coot, who is severely misunderstood. Chris the misunderstood Coot. Ah, thank you for looking that up, Marissa. Garuda is currently assigned to depart from 18 left, but as always, that might still change. Absolutely. Fingers crossed. Next up, KLM flight 1944, arriving from Basel. Embraer 175. Flight time 1 hour and 8 minutes. The Papa Hotel Echo X-Ray Oscar Exoskeleton. The PH Exoskeleton. 8 years old, first flight June 2017. Sounds like I'm hearing engines spooling up somewhere in the distance. Is this Turkish having arrived here? Did it land on Polderbaan then? Huh? Or is it leaving? Oh, it's leaving. It's leaving, right. In the meantime, good morning to the Sam XXL. John Dutch Canadian, good morning, good to see you again. Joyce, good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. Our next arrival is KLM flight 1292, arriving from Billund. Send the bills to Billund, they'll take care of it. Neil Duncan, shout out from Sydney. Shout out back to Sydney, mate. Welcome to the channel. Our moderator Alvin is also from Sydney. Though we haven't seen him last weekend. He was here last week, but plenty of Aussies still in the chat, as almost always is the case. Bob is also from Sydney. There's no shortage of Aussies and Kiwis in the live chat, usually speaking. I had to scroll laterally on my live chat and now I'm not seeing the last message again, so I'm going to reload the live chat, see if that... Oh shoot, did I not copy the URL? For crying out loud. Alright, no live chat right now. Need to go to my notes first, copy the URL, then go back to pasting it in the browser. So unfortunately, while using split screen, whenever I have to scroll laterally when one of you guys is giving a long message that I want to read, not always does the live chat go back to the end, and sometimes it's getting stuck somewhere before the last message and it doesn't always update, so that means whenever that happens, I'm not able to see all the messages. Of course, then I try to fix it. Often it happens, not always it works. Sometimes I have to reboot or reload the page in the browser. That has worked now. So once again, have a working live chat. This is a Bombardier C-Series 300, most likely Air Baltic, flying on behalf of Austrian, flight 313, arriving from Vienna. Hey Jonah, good morning, goedemorgen. The well-known geared turbofan whistle. You hear it on E2 Embraers and on A220s. So whenever KLM E2 Embraers pass by on landing, you can hear a similar whistle. Indigo inbound 27. Thank you, Wolfgang. First up, a jet arriving from Istanbul, Turkey, a MAX 8 737. Not seeing anything else on the glide slope just yet. I do see that another Dreamliner arriving from Vancouver has been sent to runway 27. Does that mean they're going to do a runway inspection shortly? Might be the case. It's 11:30, so in 10 minutes or so from now, we are going to see the closure of runway 27 again. Hey, going around? What? Early aborted landing by a jet. Looking behind me, don't see anything on the runway, so I wonder what's the reason of the go around. Unexpected go around by a jet. Clearing the path for Indigo, the next arrival on runway 27, but still pretty far away. Question now is, are we going to see this later or is it going to land on Polderbaan? Given the time, it might go to Polderbaan instead. Chris was practicing walking on water. That was the Jesus move he did just there. He did there just now. Come on! Emirates flight 146 is this probably? That is a shame. Wait 10 minutes and send it to 18 left instead of runway 24. Come on, guys. Runway 27 is about to close pretty soon. Yeah, the next Canadian KLM for runway 27. It is a coincidence, isn't it? Or is it? Or is it? It probably is. Indigo up next, arriving from Mumbai in India, followed by a KLM 787-10. This is a 787-9. Where's the 10? Nope. Is it higher? Surely not. Where on earth? Oh, no. Huh? Where's the 787-10? Normally speaking, you'd think it'd be visible by now. Ah, rising from behind the trees, there it is. All right, Indigo Flight 21, operated by Norse. This one, according to Flight Radar, does say Indigo on the outside, not Norse. 7879 Dreamliner, arriving from Mumbai in India, 9 hours and 50 minutes underway already. Norwegian registration, Lima November, Foxtrot November Bravo. 6 years old. First flight July 2019. Hey, Paul is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Happy Easter Monday. And Clouds on YouTube, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Welcome back. Staff, goedemorgen. Good morning. Alright, now, Indigo. Here we go. Nice use of the reversers as well. So A-Jet is returning to runway 27 from what it looks like right now, despite the timing. Or they might still change their mind, but for the time being it's looking to be downwind for runway 27. Right, and another Dreamliner from KLM arriving from Canada. That normally would have been directed to runway 18, right? The Buitenveldertbaan. But it's coming over to runway 27 to land here. Quite interestingly. It's KLM flight 682 arriving from Vancouver, 78710 Dreamliner. The Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Sierra. That's a brand new airplane, less than a year old. First flight was in January this year. So this one is really brand spanking new. Flight time 8 hours 41 minutes. Quite interesting to hear that the KLM Dreamliner is using the reversers. On a day like today, you wouldn't expect it to be necessary. But there you go. Hey, and that's the bird controller already on runway 18 left. So K3 doing the final checks before 18 left is going to be opened up again for departures until approximately 1 o'clock. Ah, that's the last and therefore the newest Dreamliner of KLM. There you go. So, last one here. Also the last Dreamliner of this stint of arrivals. But it does look... Oh no, I spoke too soon. Look on Flight Radar, KLM Flight 758 arriving from Panama City is also coming this way. So they're a bit late with closing down runway 27. A few more airplanes are still coming. Not just the A-Jet that went around quite early moments ago. This is KLM Flight 1788 arriving from Hanover. Looking to be going to runway 24. Still pretty high compared to the other airplanes. So I'm thinking that's going to do a breakaway landing to runway 24. third day in a row that we see landings like this. They happen quite regularly, actually. But as is always the case with everything, you need to be there to see it. Might be that to you watching at home, this is new to you, but this does happen. These types of break-off landings to the Kaagbaan happen quite regularly. The airplanes follow the glide slope of runway 27 and then land on runway 24. It's not a very common occurrence, but it does happen quite regularly. Hey, Pilatus PC24 is also in the vicinity, and I wonder if it's going to go to runway 22 or if it's going to land on runway 27. Might be going to runway 27. Next up, landing attempt number 2 by a jet. Arriving from Istanbul, MAX 8 737. We saw it breaking off its landing earlier, quite early, for reasons unknown. Has anybody listened to ATC? Does anybody know more about the reason for the broken off arrival earlier? A jet arriving from Istanbul, Turkey. Now 3 hours and 25 minutes on the way. That's of course because it did an additional lap around the block. Second attempt, 0 issues. Right, KLM Flight 758 arriving from Panama City. Might be the last arrival here. All right. Got a little bit of a headache, so I'm going to grab some pain meds. Make sure that we can continue streaming without it worsening. So we have 3 more airplanes going to runway 27. KLM Flight 1284 arriving from Aalborg, Embraer 190. Tarom with a 737 arriving from Bucharest. And then KLM Flight 758 arriving from Panama City. Right, we're still in the process of taking a swig. Make sure that it doesn't stick in the esophagus. That's not good. If you have medication stuck in your esophagus, that might lead to ulceration. A bit of vodka will do the trick. So pretty soon, runway 18 left is going to reopen. Daarom the penultimate airplane for the time being. Landing here on runway 27. Nice that we can close off this batch of arrivals with a 777. KLM Flight 758. Looking to become the final airplane of this landing stint. Polly asks for a coot update. There is no coot here visible to update. There's a doggo over here. That's an update I can give you. We have a doggo, and in the background there is Gary Grebe. The coot's nest is right here, but the coots have gone missing and are probably out and about. If they'll return to their nest, I'll give you an update. KLM flight 758, the concluding airplane for this landing stint, after which I think until approximately 1 o'clock we're going to get more departures on 18 left again. This is KLM flight 758, arriving from Panama City, 9 hours and 44 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel Bravo Victor, 5 years old. First flight December 2020, and the PC-24 is also on final to runway 22. Now the trees are in the way of the glide slope from where I'm standing, but we should be able to see its last few seconds on final. It says 2 planes inbound for runway 24, is that so? Is KLM flight 1744 also coming for runway 22, or? Ah, you guys wanted coot updates? There you go, territorial coots. Ah, Cirrus, I'm not seeing on flight radar then. Which one will be landing first, the Cirrus or the PC? The Pilatus. I'm also wondering, what's this? Oh, that's probably a departure from runway 24, isn't it? Yes, that's a Chinese triple. That must have taken off from runway 24. Now Wolfgang, please stop repeating yourself. Now you're just like one of some of the viewers who keep repeating the same thing. I see your message. When there's time, I'll show you. Take it easy, my friend. Gary Grebe over there. And Chris Coot over there. Where is that Chris? I think, is that... Hey, that's Gertrude, right? Or, no, wait, now am I now getting my... Yeah, I'm getting my birds mixed up. Only 1 Grebe and 3 Coots are over here. The other airplane is still above Haarlem. Well, where is the Pilatus? Pilatus is now approaching the Nieuwe Meer. So the trees are in the way. The Pilatus PC-24 should be over there somewhere. It will emerge from behind the trees somewhere over there. Is that the same Cirrus that we saw taking off from Schiphol Oost earlier? Ah, I think I saw some movement between the trees. Where did I see it? Come on. Oh yeah, there it is. There's the Pilatus PC-24 going to runway 22. Ooh, it's a nice one. This one. Stripey. I wonder who this airplane belongs to. Who is arriving over here? It's not Max Verstappen, but is it a DJ or... just an obnoxious CEO of a multinational. Love the stripe. All right, off it goes. And now that we are here with the camera, a natural transition into something that you don't see every day. Half the wide body fleet of KLM. So that's quadruple triple. Yep, that's quadruple triple, isn't it? Let's see, that's KLM Asia. KLM Asia. KLM Crown. KLM Crown. And KLM subsidiary. Yeah, we're missing a windsock. Otherwise, it would have made for a nice thumbnail. Still, might be a nice one. Is there still a Cirrus on the way to runway 22? Because I'm not seeing anything on Flight Radar. You guys probably are. Oh wait, now I am seeing it. Wow, it's flying slowly, isn't it? But I've got it on Flight Radar, so quadrituple might be a bit too much of a tongue breaker. At least for me. What's that I'm seeing over there? Just a KLM triple. Another KLM triple. What do you know? So many triples here. I also see a contrail over there. The airplane itself does seem to be quite nicely visible. I'll tell you, yesterday I went for a bike ride on my indoor bike in the evening, and as I was done and was walking to the front part of the house which is facing west, I could see a beautiful colorful sky. The sun was setting, and I could also see a big interesting airplane producing a fat contrail. So I grabbed my phone and zoomed in on it, and I saw the same long tail. I thought, this is not a C-17, is it? But I looked on Flight Radar and it was. Now I need to see on Flight Radar what this is. This is another C-17. They are so much more frequently flying overhead in the Netherlands these days with all the geopolitical things going on. I've never seen them in real life up until in the weeks prior to the NATO summit last year. And now I'm seeing them more often than the A340 almost. Quite remarkable. Anyway, C-17 in the sky, there you go. And another twin jet having passed me by, close in my zenith. A bit north of me, going to the northwest. What's this? Well, it's not Lufty, so... Oh, do I see the American flag on the tail? Is this American Airlines? Might well be. It's definitely not Condor, that's for sure. Seems to be awfully quiet here on this side of the airfield. Is runway 18 left open? Surely it is. Batsy also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Wolfgang has to go. Thank you so much for joining, Wolfgang. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. And hopefully see you again soon. Yuri, goedemorgen. Jose de Jesus, good morning. Marissa is also still waiting on the first plane on flight radar that will come to 18 left. So at least it is open, right? BizJet Central over there. The Cirrus is approaching. It's over the city of Amsterdam right now. Cirrus SR22, privately owned, the GS Wow. The GS Wow is brand new. First flight October 2025. How much do Cirrus SR22s cost? I wonder. Hey, thanks for the heads up, Petrikov. It is open and planes are landing. Landing? We're talking about 18 left. Aalsmeerbaan. It should be open for departures. Ooh, pair of ducks incoming. Now, the Cirrus SR22 is going to make an appearance from behind the trees over there shortly. Just like the Pilatus did before it. Richard says that there's another C-17 in the direction of the one you saw above Eindhoven now. But the one I saw was traveling to the northwest, so it's in this going in the same direction then, or is it? Hey, Donald has arrived on the scene, ladies and gentlemen. What is up, Donald? Say hi to Daisy. Blue sheen, the feathers on his around his eyes, but depending on the angle you look at it, it might also be green. All right, here's the Cirrus SR22, the GS Wow. Come on, you can do it. Easy. Oh, we're going to miss the touchdown, aren't we? Nope. Yes. No touch and go. Nah, I think it's I think the pilot is going for a cup of coffee here, or it is keeping up the speed, isn't it? Oh, is it going for a touch and go? Think so, yeah. Or no, it's turning. Hard to gauge the speed from the angle here, but yeah, that's definitely nice combo shot with all the big hitters from KLM. Now a C-17 northwest of us. That's not it, is it? No, that's just not it. Not seeing any other contrails in the sky right now northwest of us. Cirrus costs around $1 million. Wow, that's still pretty expensive, isn't it, for such a small airplane? Now, how about some action on the runway 18 left? Is it open? It makes me wonder. No, actually I'm thinking that runway 27 is still open, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look at KLM flight 1020, arrival from Leeds. That's not going to the Polderbaan, but it's coming to runway 27, actually. Alright, interesting. That means that KLM flight 622, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia, is also coming this way. Huh, what are they doing? Oh, are they transitioning? Is the wind becoming northerly? Are they going to take off from the Polderbaan instead? If I recall correctly, this morning the wind was a bit north of west, directly west. With northwesterly winds, it might be that they are going to use runway 36 left, Polderbaan, for departures. That's not good news, I think, because it might also, or no, it might mean, let's see, the wind is blowing from, no. Then they'll probably start using runways, if the wind is from the northwest, and assuming that the center runway is out of commission, it would mean that departures are going to take place from Polderbaan to the north and from Kaagbaan to the southwest, and it means that the dedicated runway for arrivals should become this runway with the Aalsmeerbaan as 36 right, probably as secondary. Meanwhile, the A340 is getting tugged to a parking right next to runway, no, not runway, highway A4. What does LVNL say specifically, Petrikov? Outbound Kaag, runway 24, and Polder, runway 36 left. What's going to be the secondary runway for arrivals then? Is that going to be the Aalsmeerbaan, 36 right? That is what they did last few times we were here, wasn't it? Now, I will have to update the ticker manually. Let's do that and let's have a look together at everything else. Thanks for update Maria, who now says that the Emirates A380 is expected 10 to 2. We have a few minutes to do some looking around. So let's first of all go to a visualization of the METAR, the weather. And we can see probably wind has turned northwesterly, which is why I think we're now, northwesterly winds. So that means they are going to be landing from the east and from the south and taking off to the north. Few clouds at 4,000 feet, 11 degrees Celsius, just above 50 degrees Fahrenheit, the current temperature. Let's go to Bezoek Bus, where we can see the expected runway use insofar as that is still accurate. The predictions was arrivals on Polderbaan, but it's looking like they're going to change that. So let's go over to current runway use, refresh the page, and we can see, so everything arriving here on runway 27 means that they're probably going to use this runway as secondary runway or this one for arrivals during an inbound peak. Outbound traffic, runway 24, and the Polderbaan is now also going to be used for outbound traffic. Insofar as interesting traffic inbound, we are due the Singapore Airlines 747 around 1:22, expected to land here. That should be landing here, and Emirates A380 and an all-white Saudia Cargo 747 are also expected before 2 o'clock. Fingers crossed, ladies and gentlemen. We might get to see them here. That would be nice. Let me also update the ticker. First of all, the METAR, which I am copying and pasting right now, and I'm also going to be updating the runway use. Current runway use departures, that's not going to be 18 left, but 36 right. And arrivals, runway 27 for now, and let's see what the secondary runway will be. And the first arrival, E2 Embraer 195. has arrived on the scene. The heavy hitters arriving from the west are also coming this way. Absolutely lovely. Hiya S, goedemorgen. Peter, goedemiddag. Yeah, it is good afternoon already. Good update. Chris is on guard on the nest. Yeah, bleep, bleep, bleep. It's like a radar. Meanwhile, Donald on patrol. Look at the blue hue. The feathers around his head. Sometimes they look blue, sometimes they look green. Multicolor. And the question about, is there an airplane on the Panorama Rooftop Terrace? There definitely is. It's a defunct Fokker 100 that you can access. Highly worthwhile if you've never been. It's in the publicly accessible part of the airfield. And here's the other C-17, isn't it? Right. So we've seen more C-17s than A340-600s here now in the show. Hope you guys are still enjoying the show. Don't forget to leave a like if you are enjoying what you're seeing. We're at 697. That's almost 70% of an airplane dance in the pocket. Another airplane dance at 1,000 likes while live. We managed to get there yesterday. Will we make it again today? It is still early, so it's up to you guys. You guys decide. I wonder what will be the secondary runway for arrivals later. If anybody knows what will become the secondary runway for arrivals later, let me know. I still have to update the ticker with that bit of information. Since Bezoekbas is assuming runway use based on southerly wind and the wind has now turned to the northwest, the information on Bezoekbas is outdated. They didn't have a contingency planning scheduled, so we don't know for sure. Hans has to sign off for a family visit. Enjoy the rest of your day, Hans, and thank you for joining. Say hi to Vero for me. Airplane dances, says Boy Summon Me. I definitely did. And thank you so much for your long-lasting support already. What's your first name again? I've known it, but I have forgotten. I'm very bad with remembering names. I know I knew it, but I have forgotten. Airplane Dances has been a member now for 12 months and has turned green. Congratulations and thank you so much for your ongoing support. 1 year, Airplane Dances 2 days in a row. It's up to you guys. Hey Pascalio, who is asking, are you nicely in the Easter sun? I am absolutely. It's lovely weather here. Moderate wind. And an abundance of sunshine and plenty to see. So what's not to love here? Yeah, Greenpeace is also enjoying the fact that another member has gone green. The green badge, indeed. Alright, widebody's coming in next. KLM flight 622, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. Katie, that was it. I am so sorry, Katie, for forgetting. Hopefully from now on, I'll remember. Now, this is KLM flight 622, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. 7 hours and 20 minutes on the way. It is a PHBVI. Or I said A, but it's the PHBVI. Last time I checked, there was only one. Hey Frank, good afternoon. Good to see you again, mate. This 777 is 13 years old. First flight was in June 2012. The next airplane behind it is Delta. Delta Airlines Flight 144 arriving from Seattle, Washington. That's Bill J's hometown, isn't it? Yes, I think it is. An A330neo. This a 777-300. Let's look and listen. Bloop, bloop. Nicely done. Flap surfaces immaculately clean, as KLM's wide bodies flaps almost always are. Bob has to go, gotta go, wife needs me. Thanks for the great stream and enjoy the day. Mate, thank you so much for your presence, for keeping us company. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate, and we'll see you again, hopefully on Thursday. In the meantime, Bob Endhoven has become our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Bob, welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, and thank you so much for your vote of confidence and support. You can now use our 34 custom emojis as much as you want, so be sure to do that. Have fun with them, get creative with them, but use them first and foremost. They're there to be had fun with and to be used. They don't come at a budget. And the more inappropriately you can think of ways to use them, the funnier they get. If you need to know where stuff is, Bob, ask around. Many have gone before you and will happily show you the way in the lounge. And Katie, thank you so much for a totally unnecessary super chat. I summoned the airplane dance on Easter Monday. Time to celebrate. Dance, dance, dance. Again, it's up to you guys. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like. It not only helps to bring airplane dances about, but it's more importantly, in my humble opinion, also going to make sure that this channel gets the attention of more people so that more aviation fans can find us and join us in the live chat. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. Don't be afraid to ask any questions if you have any. Delta Airlines Flight 144 arriving from Seattle. More butter. More wheelies. And reverser as well. And to make sure that we're not missing out on that reverser audio, let me turn the blimp just ever so slightly towards the main platform area. Chris and Curtis going around in circles. Yeah, I think what we're about to see here. I think I know. It's spring. Indigo, or Indito, I should say more appropriately. Up next. Hey, that's good news, QJ. Malaysian A330 from Jeddah is also on its way to the Buitenveldertbaan. And this is KLM Flight 1164, arriving from Bergen, A737-800, followed by a number 190 KLM Flight 984, arriving from London City. Looked like it was experiencing a little updraft or something shortly before the main gear touched down, but short-lived. Thanks for that. It's up Hunter Cat, who says that there's another C-17 on its way to us, now near Apeldoorn. Petrikov also informing us about it. Mervyn wonders what they are doing. Well, in reference to the Coots. Wishy-washy. And the other one is taking a swim. Now I think there's also a third one. No, that's Maurice Moorhan. That's Maurice Moorhan with the red beak and not the white beak. Departures from runway 24, 2 of them in one shot. Next up, KLM flight 984, arrival from London City, and Embraer 190. After that, Embraer 175, arrival from Stuttgart. It's narrow bodies rush hour once again. I'm also hearing sounds from above, but I'm not immediately seeing the a contrail. Hey, Delta Airlines with the Team USA livery is also assigned to runway 27. Thanks for the update there, W. And thank you, Bob, for your kind words. Thank you so much. Bob has been watching the stream for a while now. Keep up the fantastic uploads and humor. I'll definitely do my best, mate. Thank you so much for the encouraging words. The 747 is catching up with the A380. Wouldn't that be something, ladies and gentlemen? On Easter Monday to have another mother of all glide slope shots with an A380 and 747 back to back. We've seen it before a few occasions already. Today might be one of those days where we get to see another one. Martien, goedemiddag. Good to see ya. All right, KLM flight 1830 up next. Still wondering what they're going to be using as secondary runway for arrivals, because there will be a peak in inbound traffic at some point. I think we might see inbound traffic for runway 27. Where's the contrail? Right there. I think this might be inbound traffic. Which one is this? Air Baltic? Oh no, it's Vueling, and it has a sticker on it by the looks of it. Oh yeah, that's Vueling flight 8309 inbound from Barcelona. Going to be crossing over the airfield at 7,000 feet, presumably 7,000 feet or above. That's because the initial takeoff clearance is 6,000 feet here, so by not going lower than 7,000 feet, you'll automatically have the minimum of vertical separation, 1,000 feet. Once the airplane has cleared the airport area, it's going to continue its descent. Ah, visit Cantabria. Cantabria. Where is that? Is that in the north, in the west, in the east, in the south? I am not good in Spanish topography. I think I'm able to roughly point out where Madrid is in the center, where approximately Barcelona is. I wouldn't even be too sure that I would be within 100 kilometers of where Marbella and other coastal cities in the south are positioned. Next arrival, Shamrock, flight 604. Arrival from Dublin, Ireland, Aer Lingus, flight 604. 1 hour, 3 minutes away. Nominal flight duration. Irish registered, of course, EIXLV, X-ray Lima Victor. Brand new airplane. First flight, April 2025. Just as I thought Cantabria was in Italy. No, that's Calabria. That's in the south, I think. It's south of Rome, I'm pretty sure. Isn't that where the Ndrangheta mafia clans are from? Or at least alleged to be from, because we all know that mafia doesn't exist. It's all fairy tales and make-believe. Nice cabin cabin in the back. The newer the airplane, the further back the cabin cabin. Pilots quickly realized they needed some spatial separation between the cockpit and where Karens are seated. Cantabria is on the northern coast, says Paul. So more to the west than Basque. Yeah, what's it called in English? In Dutch we call it Baskenland, Basque country, but it's probably a different name. It's probably called differently in English. Wide bodies are approaching, ladies and gentlemen. A Chinese A330. And then an A330 from KLM and a 777-300 behind it, arriving from Peru. 2 wide bodies first. To begin with, EasyJet, arriving from Scotland from a town called Eden.
Bruh.
After that, Vueling, arriving from Barcelona, that's the one with the sticker. And Artem says that there's another C-17 in the vicinity, is that so? Almost a permanent. You do say Basque? Is it just plain Basque? We call it Baskenland, which literally translated to English would translate to Basque country. I am looking around me to see if maybe I can catch a glimpse of something that I think might be a C-17. Where is it going to, the C-17? Is it flying to the southeast or is it west to east? I need to look behind me if I need to look at the direction of Purmerend. Right now I'm not seeing anything that could be considered a C-17, I think. $750 likes reached. Thank you all so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. Glad you guys are enjoying the show. I do my best and I hope you guys are enjoying it. If you are, don't forget to leave a like if you want to help this channel grow. Not so much for the airplane dances, those are a bonus, but the more interaction and likes, the likelier the algorithm is going to promote the channel to new viewers who might also join later in the future. That's what I'm looking for mostly, to see that more people are joining us in the future. I'm not seeing any C-17s in the vicinity of Purmerend. A bit hard for me to see. The only thing that is producing a sizable contra right now is over there, but that's the wrong direction. It also looks like a regular twin jet wide body. Oh, above Alkmaar, that's even further to the north. Yeah, I do see a contra, but that's really far away. I'm not sure if that's... it's probably out of range right now. in that we are maybe able to film it but not see it quite well. Better leave it and hope for another one. That's the third or fourth already that we have been seeing here overhead, or at least that was flying overhead. That's already in a few hours' time. Might be that we get to see more. Wouldn't be surprised. For now, let's focus on what we can see best, and that's the traffic here on the glide slope to runway 27. With Vueling flight 8309 arriving from Barcelona. That's the one with the Visit Cantabria livery. Cantabria. So Cantabria in Spain, Calabria in Italy. What does it say? What does it show? Right. Obscure art. Does that happen to be a province where they have a big museum for modern art or something? Hey, Gary in Amsterdam also back. Good to see you, mate. Happy Easter Monday. Right, that twin producing a fat control is now getting closer by. Let's see if we can make out what's the carrier. I'm not sure that we can, but the engine color is pretty typical. Oh, yeah, I can see a blue globe on the tail. It's United Airlines. No mistaking that. Quite easily recognizable as such. Wide bodies on the glide slope, two of them. Air China Cargo arriving from Chengdu in China. Up first, A330-200, 10 hours and 35 minutes on the way. The Bravo 6070, 19 years old, first flight May 2006. The airplane that you see behind it is KLM flight 767, and that is an A330-300, the bigger sibling of the airplane here in the foreground. Arriving from Bonaire. And that was United 7879 Frankfurt to Denver. Thank you so much for the update, Marissa. Hey, and happy Easter, Michael DCA, also back in the chat again. Good to see you, mate. How to butter a landing. Nicely done, nicely done. Another two airplane wide body glide slope shot up next. The A330-300 arriving from Bonaire is followed by a KLM 777-300 which is arriving from Lima in Peru right next to Ecuador. Garuda is taxiing to runway 24 for departure, Haya says, and I think... yeah, that's it. Standard livery, right? No mask specials. Fidel Castro also over here. Hunting for Pinky and the Brain. Pinky and the Brain, a great version of which the theme song of the theme song of which Jeff linked a video on YouTube too in the community section. You guys probably have already seen that here around me. A few flies are gathering. That's funny because yesterday evening I showered, so I don't see why they would be hovering around me. That's the A350 getting pushed back. Yeah, that's going away. Is it going to runway 24 or is it going to 36 left? More wide bodies coming in. 777-300 is followed by Mas Cargo arriving from Jeddah. Another A330. That's a double-chinned A330 on the left. It's not thick, it's not fat, it's big boned. It's a cargo A330 arriving from Jeddah. And on the right we have KLM flight 744 arriving from Lima in Peru. That's a 777-300. Hey, thank you so much, Misamos, just gifting a membership. The recipient was Hunter Cat. Haha, nice. Welcome to the Aurora Skylounge, Hunter Cat. Don't forget to say thanks to Misom. Misom, thank you so much, mate. And welcome to the Aurora Skylounge, Hunter Cat, who I thought was already in the chat today. Nice when people who are already participating in the live chat actually receive the gifted memberships. Hey Roy, goedemiddag, good to see you. Move to 24, okay. So the not Garuda, but the Cathay Pacific A350-1000 is going to take off from runway 24. Ah, they smell the vodka. That's it. Yeah, I could have known. Why didn't I think of that? Right, well, I'll brush my teeth then, eh? Or... Hey! No. I was looking on Flight Radar and Flight Radar was showing a zigzag motion of the A330, but it's steadily coming to runway 27. It's just looking like it's drunk. The same with me, it looks like I'm drunk, but I'm actually just really sober and focused, walking in a straight line. Mas Cargo, arriving from Jeddah. How floaty do you want to get it? Next up is going to be KLM flight 1354, arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic. Another cross in the sky, contrails. It's a continuous mosaic of triangles in the sky, marked by contrail remnants. This is KLM flight 1354, arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic. 737-800, the Papa Hotel Sierra Delta. Isn't this the one that used to belong to Transavia? On the left we have an A330neo, Delta Airlines flight 164, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. What else is behind it? Another Delta A330neo arriving from Tampa in Florida. It's the number 3 on the glide slope. So, quick little narrow body to cleanse the palate and then it's back to the heavy hitters. Exactly the way I like it. Mas Cargo going back to the main platform area. TUI and Indito over there. Mirroring a helicopter. Helicopter is landing. Or is it leaving? think it might be arriving. Yeah, it's arriving. Right. This helicopter has sleds, so instead of taxiing, being put on the ground, it will taxi to its parking stand slightly above the ground, an air taxi, like so. This is considered to be taxiing. Now, I'm not going to follow this until the very end because the next airplane is already really close by and about to land here. Delta Airlines Flight 164 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. It's the Team USA. The Team USA A330neo. Flight time has been 7 hours and 41 minutes. 4-year-old airplane, first flight made 2021. A350 in the background. Is that the A350-1000?
Yeah!
It is. So that's the Cathay Pacific A350-1000 beginning its taxi to runway 24. More traffic overhead. This is going to be landing on runway 27 pretty soon. EasyJet inbound. No time to waste. Gotta move with haste. Another A330 up next. Delta Airlines Flight 236 arriving from Tampa in Florida. Nice use of the reversers. And the previous A330neo in the background. Having vacated the runway. Right, more inbound traffic. Next up, an Embraer 190 BA City Flyer arriving from London City, flight 8489. On its left, Norwegian arriving from Oslo. That's a 737-800. Ah, typo in the ticker. Departures from 24 and 36 left. Didn't see that. Yeah, it's 36 left indeed. Sorted. Right, next up, BA City Flyer flight 8489 arriving from London City, and Embraer 190 followed by Norwegian. It's 12:40. What's the estimated time of arrival of the Emirates A380? Still before 2 o'clock? I hope it is. I'm still not sure what the secondary runway for arrivals is going to be. But there should be a second runway opening up for arrivals between 1 and 2, normally speaking. And that makes me a little unsure of where the A380 is going to go to. It seems that runway 27 has become the primary runway for arrivals. Marissa has to go. Ah, birthday party. Enjoy, Marissa. Thank you for joining us today. Enjoy the rest of your day. Have fun at the party. Norwegian with a grumpy... Or is it the smiling lady? Camilla Colette. On the tail. Mwah. Most cheerful person. Estimated time of arrival 8 minutes to 2. But the question is, what's going to be the secondary runway for arrivals today? Because I'm not sure what they're going to do. Bezoekbus is not giving us good information because that's information based on the assumption that the wind is going to stay from the south. Right now we have northwesterly winds, and that means that a northerly wind configuration normally would be used. Now, normally speaking, for arrivals that would constitute arrivals on runway 06, but the wind is blowing from the northwest, so I'm not sure if they're going to use the Aalsmeerbaan as secondary runway. If that's the case, it's still not sure if we're going to see it here on runway 27. So that's what I'm concerned about mostly. What is going to happen around 1 o'clock? It has happened before. That they only kept open one runway, but I'm thinking there has to be a point where they are going to open up another runway for departures, for arrivals. And I wonder what they'll do. With the wind from the northwest, it might become the Kaagbaan actually, now that I think of it. Kaagbaan as runway 06. That could work with wind from the northwest. It would mean crosswind from the left for arrivals. Polderbaan is an opening for landings. Right. Polderbaan. Well, between runway 27 and the Polderbaan, then of course between 1 and 2 o'clock the Emirates is more likely than not coming to this runway. Polderbaan. Okay, so Polderbaan is the secondary runway for everything, for inbound and for outbound, and the primary outbound runway is runway 24, primary inbound is 27. Thank you, Marissa, for your last minute update shortly before leaving. Much appreciated. So, okay, means I know what to fill in the ticker. Polderbaan, normally a primary runway, a preferential runway together with the Kaagbaan, meaning it is almost always open. Now the secondary runway. Not the master, but the slave. And with that, Marissa is really off. She's signing off. Thank you so much for all your help and for your pleasant company again, Marissa. Enjoy the rest of your day and hopefully see you again on Thursday. I'm going to quickly update the ticker with the arrival information. So that's 36 left and then 27 and 18 right. Here you go. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Donald and Daisy have arrived on the scene. Here they are. Yes. Don't Donald's feathers look lovely with that blue color? Now Daisy's feathers also are pretty. Another arrival here, an EasyJet A319, arrival from Palma de Mallorca. Oh, need to go back to autofocus. Set the focus properly. All right. Let's see, KLM flight 1614 up next, arrival from Milan, a 737-800. Let's see, it's all narrow bodies for the time being. Hey, is that a bizjet arriving pretty soon as well? Does private jets arriving from Palma de Mallorca? Have a look on Flight Radar, that is looking like a stunner. This is KLM flight 1614, arriving from Milan, 737-800. Als u hier de telefoon gaat opnemen, dan met die microfoon gaat iedereen uw gesprek horen. Dat hoort iedereen thuis. Dat zijn 1000 mensen die dat dan zullen horen. Right, saved by the bell. Ik ben aan het livestreamen op YouTube. Ah, kijk. Geweldig. Fijne dag. Dank u. Alright, KLM flight 1498 is up next, arriving from Barcelona, Embraer 190. Lot behind it, a lot to see, as always. And this is German Airways with the Deutsche Tourwagenmeisterschaft DTM special livery coming this way, the Damwo. Arriving from Barcelona, 1 hour and 57 minutes on the way. The airplane is 18 years old, its first flight was in 2008 somewhere. Bit of reverser deployment there, last minute. Right, as you can see, it's getting rather busy over here with young people here in the grass and also quite a few people that have gathered here at the parking lot. People are sitting in the grass here as well. It's almost like the Polderbaan on a Sunday. Now, as you could already see, there's always a lot to see at Schiphol Airport. Here is flight 263 with the Warmia, Missouri livery. Now, I happen to know where Warmia, Missouri is. That's in the northeast of Poland, if I'm not mistaken. I saw an episode of a Dutch program called Rail Away about that area. Sort of a lake district of sorts, with lots of lakes and pine trees, lovely foresty area. Great concept, Rail Away. local train rides being filmed. It's sort of slow TV with a calmly voiced voiceover man explaining things about the area itself. Donald and Daisy are over there. Next up, KLM flight 1818, and after that, that BizJet. That BizJet that, if you look on Flight Radar at the picture, is looking so pretty. Oh, that was autofocus set to focus on Donald and Daisy. Back to manual focus and focus set to infinity. Is that the BizJet? I think it is. Yep, that's the BizJet, all right. Alright, it's time for that BizJet to be landing next. DAS Private Jets, or DAS. Arriving from Palma de Mallorca, this is an Embraer Phenom 300E. German registered, so it's probably DAS Private Jets. It's the Delta Charlie Kilo Victor India. Dikvi? Not sure. Motorcyclists of the military police drove by rather quickly. Two of them. Here you go. Embraer Phenom 300E, 6 years old, hailing from 2020. Of course, once again, and here we can go for best out of 3, Paul. You won yesterday. Another Embraer Phenom 300. Is it going to break away or is it going to land on 27? It's getting pretty close by. My money is on land on 27. Place your bets. Don't tell me you're breaking away. No. You bastard! Well, no. Everybody's a winner when they're doing this. Breakaway landing to runway 22, just like yesterday. That's going to do the touchdown behind. Oh, yeah, no. Just made it. Main gear touchdown, just visible. Meanwhile, the bird control is also active. K3. We've seen him before. New. A woman with pilot sunglasses on, looking all cool, but didn't reciprocate my wave. Acknowledge my existence, damn you. Icelandair, flight 500 up next, MAX 9, arriving from Reykjavik, Iceland. I'm zooming out a little to see what else is coming our way. It's all narrow bodies for the time being. When is the next wide body expected to land here? How much longer do we have to wait? Reversers, nice. Now, funny how things go. All quiet over here in the grass, while when it was a bit busier first. Still busy over here on the parking lot. Quite a few people have gathered here and are enjoying the lovely sunshine as well as the airplanes. It's also still a bit more busy north of me, east of me I should say, on the other side, but I'm also catching the Embraer Phenom taxiing back to the BizJet apron. At least until it is going to disappear behind the sound barrier. This is a part where they also do engine tests. You sometimes hear engines spooling in the background, and whenever that's happening, they're usually over there with an airplane testing the engines. I do see that there's a Turkish A330 coming this way. Roy asks if LATAM already started their service. They have. There's one underway, or at least there was one underway this morning, and we saw one of them, one of the Dreamliners. Was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? Either one of the two streams. I think it was the day before yesterday, but I'm not sure. In short, yes, they have begun. Yep, blast screens. This is KLM flight 1502 arriving from Madrid. A321neo, carrying cabin in the back. It's 3 minutes to the hour. And apparently only 166 more legs to go before another airplane dance will commence. 1,000 legs while live will get you an airplane dance. Let's have a quick look and look at Flight Radar to see where the airplanes we're still waiting for are at. So have a look. The Transavia Retro is at Eindhoven and is going to go to Ibiza. Almost entering Belgium is Singapore Airlines Cargo, expected here in half an hour from now. If it is entering over there, it might go to the Polderbaan, come to think of it. So I think this one might go to Polderbaan, but these two are, if all is well, expected for our runway. 152 and 154, and the fact that runway 27 seems to have become the primary runway for inbound traffic. Means that if all is well, we should get the A380 and the all-white 747 not far from it. I was about to say behind it, but I don't remember which one was leading the way. With a little bit of luck, cannot stress it enough, with a little bit of luck we might get to see them back to back. How about that? Wouldn't that be something? An A380 followed by a 747 or vice versa. We've seen it before on occasion, but it is still a rarity. I'll drink to the opportunity we might have to see it. Bottoms up. Movement on the BizJet apron, but that is a fuel truck I think I'm seeing. They're also towing a Transavia A321neo. Mary Naomi says another BizJet coming in 5 minutes. Will it break away or not? Paul says my money is on another breakaway, as is Mary Naomi's. And indeed, Frank, breakaway is good, but breakaway is a problem. Oh, that man is sharp as a razor, isn't he? Keep it coming, Frank. big fan of your type of humor. Well, if you guys are saying breakaway, then I'm going to say it's going to land at runway 27. Although it's not, nobody is a loser when you're wrong in this bet. With this bet. Next up, Sky Express. Apparently, Sky Express have gotten word from the fact that me and Jendrosik were actually investigating their claim, Greece is bliss, because it seems like they have retracted that claim from their airplanes. Yesterday, we saw one, didn't say Greece is bliss anymore, nor does it seem to be saying on this one. Or have they gone? No. Flight radar shows pictures from both sides, and both sides don't seem to be carrying that message anymore. So maybe they learned their lesson from boasting with premature claims and statements. Sky Express learned their lesson. We can only commend them for that. That's nice. Evidence-based practices. You see the medicine everywhere. It's good that it's also introduced in Greece. You'd think, as the home of democracy, they would have thought of that already. But well, you never. It's never too late to learn. Greece is where this airplane is coming from. Athens. But is it bliss? Maybe it is, but it isn't necessarily. That's what it seems to be like. It could be bliss. All right. Now, let's see. It's 1:03. I'm trying to remember when I filled the parking meter. I think it was around 11:30, wasn't it? 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, 2:30. We should be good until after 2. Okay. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, last call. Rien ne va plus. This is the last time to claim what you think is going to happen. Place your bet. Breakaway or not. I have prior information. I have inside information. I'm going to share it with you. If there is a biz jet lining up on runway 22, do you think it's going to break away or not? Right. Right. Well, it's all happening at once. There it is. Big biz jet leaving, big jet. And a small one arriving. Gary wonders if you can use the phone up there to pay parking. You shouldn't be taking what I'm saying about the parking meter too literal. There you go, Chris Coot taking a bath. How does that work when you have feathers that are water repellent? You're making your feathers wet and then they get dry again because the water just flows off. Yeah, Paul, that's too late. That's too late. You already called it. You called breakaway. Hans, old Dutch spotter, has to go. Thank you for stopping by, Hans. Enjoy the rest of your day. Next up, KLM flight 1602, arriving from Rome, A321 Neo. Baltic up next, arriving from Riga, flight 621. And where's the next wide body? Ah, Turkish next, right after that. Hey, there's also a BizJet apparently on final to the Polderbaan I'm not seeing. It's arriving from Lin, an SF50. Oh wow, have a look on that on Flight Radar at the picture. Ah, that's a bloody shame that's not coming to runway 27. Have a look. That Jetfly Aviation. What a unique design. SF50 Series G2 Plus Vision Jet. That's a cool machine. That is really a shame it's not coming this way. They're landing on the Polderbaan of all places. That small machine can still fly a few minutes and land here on runway 22 instead. Ah. Good day to Bella Nightingale and to Daniel Slack and to any other people who may have joined already. You're watching AMS Live still. My name is Boy. This is Air Baltic landing on runway 27, which has become the primary runway for arrivals. Polderbaan acts as secondary runway for both inbound and outbound traffic, though not simultaneously. Right now we are in an inbound rush hour. That means until 2 o'clock. 2 runways are going to be open for inbound traffic. Polderbaan as 18 right. And of course runway 27 where we are standing next to. Earlier in the morning 18 left. The intersecting runway over here was also used for outbound traffic. Now it seems that everything outbound is going to be taking off via runway 24, and later when there's an outbound rush hour again, also via the same Polderbaan that they're now landing on, though not as 18 right but as 36 left. Can you still follow? I hope you can. Up next, Turkish Airlines flight 1957 arriving from Istanbul in Turkey. Turkish flight 1957, flight time 3 hours and 6 minutes. That's nominal, ballpark nominal. Flights from Istanbul to Amsterdam usually average around 3 hours, so 6 minutes and a bit. 3 hours and 6 minutes is absolutely nominal. 14-year-old airplane already. First flight February 2012. Michael DCA has to go off to work. Thank you so much for joining, mate. Enjoy the rest of your week. Hopefully see you again on Thursday. And 01 Mike D got AMS Live on the big screen here. He says to Paul, seen some ducks. Yes, indeed. Ducks, coots, grebes, they're all here. Spoel up those reversers, please. Thank you. Hey Gerard, goedemiddag. Happy Easter to you too, mate. Our next flight is going to be arriving from Jörg's hometown of Düsseldorf. Now that is a short flight and also a relatively short ride. Any ducks, coots, grebes, we see them all. It's we see things over here at Schiphol. There's a lot to see, including polished aircraft. Big picture overview. This is looking to the south. At the horizon you can see some low friendly clouds. These are the typical wisps of cirrus and contour remnants that you see under the influence of high pressure. Looking to the east, the glide slope of runway 27, the same friendly clouds. Looking to the north, you can mostly see cirrus clouds and contrail remnants. Those wispy veils. It's a bit more white at the horizon to the south and to the southwest and also to the west. Now, if all is well, we are going to get nice weather today and tomorrow, and I think Tuesday too. The temperatures are expected to climb. We get more calendar-conform weather, though obviously it cannot endure for too long. On Thursday, we might actually get a few droplets, or at least that's what I heard on the news yesterday. That might still change. Hey Veronique and Mustafa, good to see you both. Welcome back. ETA for the 747, Naomi says, is 1:54. There's an all-white Saudia 747 arriving together with the Emirates A380. Their ETAs are still close to 2 o'clock, but they're arriving from the east. So even if they were to arrive after 2 o'clock, considering that runway 27 is now the primary runway for outbound traffic, I think we're good with those two airplanes. The only one that seems to be getting away today is the Singapore Airlines cargo. That's arriving via the southwest and is probably going to be assigned to the Polderbaan if it hasn't been that already. Probably has been already, hasn't it? Peter PDK, goeiedag, good to see you again. And Klaas, I thought you had gone already. I'm surprised you were still here, mate. Well, now you are going to leave, unfortunately for us. Thanks for your company and enjoy the rest of your day, mate. Hopefully see you again on Thursday. Gary says, I cannot believe it's going to warm up a little bit. Well, it's going to warm up a little bit and it's going to be short-lived, exactly like the way you have grown used to it here in the Netherlands. Yeah, now I think they were talking about maybe getting the first day of 20 degrees Celsius, so that's roughly 70 F, here on Tuesday or Wednesday in the south of the country. And Daniel says that the Coast Guard is landing on 36 right 04. That's confusing. That's confusing. Now I'm not sure where it's going to land. I'm not seeing it on flight radar here on the glide slope to runway 27. Could it be it's going to runway 22 instead? Probably is, right? 0422. But that means it has to cross the arrivals now on final to runway 27. Stefan, number 14, goedemiddag. Milo, goedemiddag. Joe Bima, good afternoon. Super location these days, I love it. Gerrit says, I agree, mate. I think it's because of the taxiway maintenance that they're not using the center runway as much as they used to. In fact, I haven't seen them Schiphol using the center runway in a while now. That's our lucky break, because if center was in use, then it wouldn't have been so exciting here in the last 3 days. Ah, it landed on 36 right. Right, Coast Guard Dash 8 also opting to taxi across Schiphol today. And the same for that BizJet. I will be keeping my eyes open for that BizJet, because that is a stunner. Oh, I think yeah, there's the Coast Guard Dash 8 already. Now where is that BizJet? Which airplane landed first? Was that the Dash 8 or was it the BizJet? Right now I am not able... Oh wait, now, yeah, I see it. So that BizJet has just arrived here on the main platform area. Put on music, start! Stat! Not start, stat! Alright, that bizjet is coming this way. Hope you guys didn't get too nauseous from that pan. I'm trying to find it. Not there. So it must be further to the left already. It's probably coming this way from somewhere over there. Unless it's here already, but it doesn't look to be. You're welcome, Jeff. So here's the Dash 8. If I turn the blimp a little, you might actually hear it a bit better. Canadian Registered Coast Guard, Dash 8 100. A bizjet without a toilet is a piss jet. Oh Frank, oh Frank, oh Frank. Now let's see. Don't see anything to runway 27 just yet, so let's see if we are able to find. No, that's Air France. Obviously the airplane we're looking for pales in comparison. There it is. Jesus Christ, what a small airplane if you compare that with the other airplanes. No traffic right away on runway 27. Are they doing a runway inspection, I'm wondering? I'm looking around, but not seeing anything. Does look like the next traffic is already approaching from the east. KMF 1270 arriving from Copenhagen. You can also hear traffic overhead. I don't dare to look up out of fear of missing this airplane and losing it. Oh well, I'm already having to wait now. Let's look up. Oh yeah, twin jet, but not producing a contrail. Should probably be able to find it still. Usually I'd be able to find it. Well, it was a twin jet, not a quad. even the 737 in the background looks humongous in comparison to this little bizjet. Alright, so what are we actually looking at? Jetfly Aviation having arrived here from Lyon. And this is a Cirrus Vision Jet G2 Plus. By the looks of it, a single engine and airplane. V-shaped tail. Barely bigger than my Citroen C1 by the looks of it. Well, no, that's that's a hyper. That's an over-exaggeration. What a cute little airplane it is. Nice livery. Ah, it is a single engine, right. What's its operating ceiling and its range and its maximum speed? Just curious, because it's probably a fast airplane and it can probably also fly pretty high, can't it? That's definitely what it looks like to me. Alright, I see the next two airplanes on the glide slope already. Let me also reorient the blimp just a little bit more towards the main platform area so that we can also hear what's happening over there. Singapore Airlines is flying downwind and is going to land on Polderbaan pretty soon, so that's the only one getting away from us. But if all is well, in exchange for that lost 747, we are going to get the opportunity to see back-to-back quad-engine arrivals here, ladies and gentlemen. What a treat! What a treat! Emirates A380 and the 747 are approaching the Netherlands. Quick look on flight radar, you can see them. They're approaching. The Emirates is leading the way. There does seem to be a bit of a difference between the arrival times, maybe a minute or so. I'm not sure if they're going to be landing here back to back precisely. With a little bit of luck, they might get arranged like that. Frank says, I bet when you're in the C1 and exceed 80 kilometers per hour, you shout V1, right? Yeah, absolutely, I do, Frank. Hold on for dear life and hope we're not rotating. Hey, guys, are you seeing what I'm seeing on flight radar just south of Schiphol? Le Petit Baby Bus, the A318 is coming to town. It's turning now more to the east and is on what could be considered its downwind leg to the runway we are now filming at. I also see that behind the 747, the Corendon World to Fly A350 is approaching from Willemstad, Curaçao. Shame that we're not going to see that, but such is life. Right, flight level 280 or so and Mach 0.4. That's still pretty considerable considering it's only a single engine airplane. Right, A318 coming to runway 27 pretty soon. Before that, quite a few airplanes already before it, I think. To begin with, we have an E2 Embraer 195 over here, flight 1652 KLM, arriving from Florence or Firenze. Has a nice carrying cabin in the back. Bit of a hang belly if you look at it from this angle. With some airplanes, the hanging belly seems to be more pronounced than other airplane types. The A330, in my humble opinion, also has one of those hang bellies, almost looking pregnant. A350s are much sleeker in that respect, even though they still have the same bulging where the main gear retracts into, which probably has a fancy name, which I don't know, or don't remember at least. There's a it's a pretty pronounced control coming my way. Twin jet passenger, looks like it might be a triple. I'm also looking at the horizon over there because somewhere over there there's the A318 and I'm wondering, are we able to see it on its downwind leg? It should still be a bit higher than when it's intercepting the localizer. And with the current visibility, you'd think if you know where you need to look, you'd be able to see it. Question is, do you know where you need to look? That's the question. Transavia flight 5724 arriving from Heraklion in Greece, A321neo. And Dutch Me, Myself and I asks if I can film the PHGOV. Is that... Oh wait, I think I do see it. I was about to ask where do you see it, because I'm not seeing it on Flight Radar, but I did see it in real life. There it is. The Dutch government airplane, the PHGOV. This is the Dutch government airplane. It used to be a Fokker. Fokker 100, the PHKBX. Also orangey. We ditched the orange, now it's this tricolor. PHGOV government airplane 737. The Netherlands going up, going places. Trading in that old Fokker in favor of a 737. Where's it going to? That's what I'm wondering. Here in the foreground, the sounds of another 737 KLM flight 1364 arriving from Budapest. On its way it goes. Right, 737 arriving from Budapest has landed in the meantime. Next up is going to be an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Gdansk in Poland. Right there. And two more airplanes on the glide slope. Vueling, Hans' favorite, A320 arriving from Barcelona behind it. And airplane number 3 is the baby bus. That's it over there. Le Petit Baby Bus, the Air France. Just a handful left flying. Ah, Fokker 70. Not even the biggest addition. And the A380 just entered Dutch airspace. Means that the 747 is not too far behind. E2 Embraer 195, flight 1304, arrived from Gdansk in Poland. Nice whistle. People in the grass, they come and go. It's getting a bit more busy with the Emirates A380 now also in Dutch airspace. Quite a few people here gathered. It's almost as if you are at the Polderbaan on a Sunday. And you can see spotting is a family affair here in the Netherlands. Lots of families with young children. Now, of course, going here where you also have a McDonald's and can have a bite to eat and use the restroom is also a bonus, of course. A380 assigned to runway 27. Thanks for the confirmation, Maria. It's not like we were surprised by that, but it's nice to get the confirmation. Buddy has to go, or at least I see that Maria is saying goodbye to Buddy, and I'm not thinking that's because she is leaving for bed already. In that case, see you later, Buddy. Enjoy the rest of your day, and thanks for stopping by today. Hans' favorite, Welling. Wasn't trying to get distracted by the live chat while filming the arrivals. Hey, happy Easter, Peter Muller. Perfect timing, A380 coming to runway 27. And we have front row seats, ladies and gentlemen. And let's not forget that right behind that A380 is a 747, also coming this way. Come on, guys, let's manifest the back-to-back quad arrival. That would be something. The wonderful glide slope shots once again. Air France, Le Petit Baby Bus up next. Air France flight 1740. 1740, right? Don't get cross with me. I only had 2 years of French in middle school and don't speak the language that frequently. Le Petit Baby Bus d'Air France, Vergakpi. Foxtrot Golf, Uniform Golf Papa. W says, Bombardier Global Express from Montreal assigned to 27 flying above the North Sea. Thanks for the heads up. Another another episode of will it break away or will it land? Bombardier Globals aren't exactly small airplanes, but still they might do a breakaway as well. That's not exclusive to the small biz jets. Hell, I've even seen Embraers do that on stormy days. Gerrit wonders if if passengers fit in the A318 in the baby bus. Yeah, actually quite a few. Surprisingly. This is KLM flight 1852, arrival from Munich, 737-900. No Karen cabin in the back. Karen has to sit with the plebs. On this flight. No positive discrimination. Positive discrimination is also discrimination. I can see why you would opt to leave Karen cabins out of your airplane design. like, stop the nagging, click the button, says Jeff, a bit naggingly. But then Jeff will rebut, it's for a good cause. And then I say, you're right. I'll drink to that. How many are there? 922 currently, and the number of viewers is rapidly decreasing, so will we make it? Let's see, it's 737s for the time being. 2 800s from KLM, back-to-back from Gothenburg and Venice respectively. Then an A321neo Transavia arriving from Thessaloniki. Saudia 747 also to 27, says their contour, as expected. Thanks for the heads up, mate. So the 2 quads are coming to town via the runway we are standing right next to. That's good news. Will it happen back-to-back? Alright, the sun is out and the wind is even slower than it was in the beginning of the show. There's absolutely no more active Viagra in the sky here. The windsock is very let down. It's getting a bit warmer here actually, with the winter coat and rain pants on. Come to think of it, I can take those off, which would at least make the legs a little less cold. There we go. One layer out. That's already better. Yes. Sea sweltering. KLM 737 arriving from Venice. Karen cabin in the back. What? That's discrimination. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are wondering, the quad-engined airplanes that are now in the east of the Netherlands are coming this way. Emirates and the Saudia arriving from Jeddah. With the spatial separation between the two, I'm not counting on seeing a back-to-back landing. We might catch a glimpse of the 747 that just now landed on the Polderbaan in a few moments. That's the Singapore Airlines cargo arriving from Nairobi. Next up, Transavia flight 5806 arriving from Thessaloniki in Greece. That's an A321neo. 2 hours and 45 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel, Yankee Hotel Sierra, brand new airplane. Started its career in January this year. And Jason Glenn is also tuning in from Trinidad. Welcome to the show, mate. How about a double go-around, says Gary. Wouldn't that be something? Well, a single go-around would already be something. Mind you, we did get one go-around earlier in the show. That was... Oink Oink? No? Which one was it? I did bookmark the event, but I forgot. Oh, it was A-Jet. A-Jet A321neo, I think it was, doing a go-around earlier in the show. It broke off the landing pretty early already, but all of a sudden we were able to see it. Bizjet rolling, taking off from runway 22 in the meantime. It's most certainly one of the jets that we saw landing here earlier. Isn't this the one that arrived from the glide slope of runway 22? Via the glide slope of runway 22, I think it was. Now you're making me doubt. Now you're making me second guess, Jeff. Jeff says Aegean, but I thought it was A-Jet. A-Jet arrived from Istanbul. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was A-Jet. I remember the... Well, yeah, it could still also be Greece. The flight time was 3 hours and 25 minutes upon the arrival second time round. It's 1:40, and that means that Polderbaan is going to stay open for another 20 or so minutes as secondary runway for arrivals. Runway 18 right. Everything arriving from the east is going to be directed this way, and Singapore has crossed the A4 highway and is approaching the cargo apron from the east side. Begs the question if we are going to be able to see it in a moment or so. This morning, upon driving this way, I saw that the MPS was still there. You can still see it. It's one of the furthest removed or closest to where I spot from the Kaagbaan apron parking stands. Means there's a good chance that Singapore is going to park closer by to us from this point of view. So we'll, I'm thinking we should be able to see it once it has crossed runway 24. Hey, didn't we see this one leave via 18 left, or are there two flying around with a white nose? Full circle. This is full circle. We saw this leave via 18 left earlier in the show. Most certainly. Hey there, user letters and numbers. Lord Andrew, also back. Good to see Andrew. Gabi Kivit, goedemorgen. Alles is goed. Thank you for asking. All right. Let's see what else. Oh well, the Emirates is next. No time to waste. Gotta move with haste. Is it visible already or not? I think yes. There it is. Emirates Flight 147 arriving from Dubai. Number 6 on flight radar, tracked by 1,622 people. Why aren't they watching AMS live? There's only a fraction of that number of people watching. They can all be joining here in the channel stream and watch it live instead of just following it on flight radar. That is such a shame. Those people are missing out. More than 1,000 people more than we are currently than we have watching right now. If only they knew. If only they knew. So this is Emirates Flight 147 arriving from Dubai. Flight 147. The gear of the A380 is still in. You can see it over there. It's going to retract pretty soon. When the main gear does deploy, the outer gear will come out first, lock in, and then the inner main gears will come out and lock in. And after that, all the hatches will close, and you'll see gear out and locked in. Flight time, 7 hours and 36 minutes. Normally speaking, before any geopolitical nonsense was going on in the Middle East, the airplane would take around 6.5 hours to get here. In the meantime, a special livery, multicolor business landing here. Interesting things all happen all at once here at Schiphol Airport. Right, and in the meantime the gear has deployed. We're missing out. Reversers even, used by the BizJet. 7 hours and 37 minutes on the way. Normally speaking, it would have been around 6.5. That has to do with having to take a detour due to the geopolitical situation in the Middle East. The A300 is registered Alpha 6 Echo Echo Kilo Eek. Eek. And Eek is 13 years old, hailing from February 2013. We'll get a breather after this airplane will have landed before the 747 is going to be landing. I'm counting at least 2 narrow bodies. Yeah, 2 narrow bodies. 2 narrow bodies between the next 747 and this A380. Well, at least some of the people who are watching this airplane on flight radar seem to have found the channel. Welcome to the show, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget that there is also a 747 landing here on this same runway right behind the A380 with only 2 narrow bodies in between. Gives us some time to follow the rollout and listen to the reversers that are undoubtedly going to be deployed. Almost certainly, I should say. Emirates is closing in, and that BizJet that just now landed is taxiing back. Have a look. Extraordinarily lovely livery. Don't see that very often. Such a colorful livery.
Nee, die auto gaat hier precies voorrijden. Flikker op.
Emirates Flight 147 up next.
Ja, maar hij ziet hem elke dag. Dikke tegen. Dik bro.
1738 people are watching, following it on Flight Radar, making it number 6. I wonder what the top 5 is then. Quite a lot of viewers for this, followers for this airplane on Flight Radar already, and with that number, it's only number 6. Slight wobble. Wind is very calm, so I'm not expecting any go-arounds, but you never know. It would be fun winded. K3 also drove past just now. I hope it's not going to be too much in the way during the rollout. Let's look and listen. Not too bad, eh? Don't forget, if you're enjoying content like this, to leave a like if you haven't already. 1,000 will get you an airplane dance to boot. We're almost there. Now we're not done yet. There is a 747 approaching this runway behind us. Number 3 for arrival. SAS A320neo and an A319 from Lufthansa preceding it. Yesterday, no, the day before yesterday, the Emirates A380 got assigned a stand at the E-pier. Right. So much for that. Roy asks, are we allowed to upload flight simulator related images in the community? Asking for a friend. Well, I mean, give it a go. Why not? People upload all kinds of stuff. Sometimes it's not even airplane related. You'll see if it gets a response or not, and that tells you if there is an audience for it or not. Feel free, as long as it's not, falling out of the guidelines of YouTube, and as long as it's not unfriendly. But knowing you, that's not going to be the case. Not every upload to the community section elicits the same response. I'm not sure. Don't think we've seen uploads from Flight Simulator yet, so I say give it a go. It's your canvas for an important part. Lufty A319 up next, and after that the 747. Where is the 747? It's still behind the trees, isn't it?
Ja, nee, die gaat landen.
On paper it ought to be out there. The fact that we are not seeing it tells me that it's probably still lurking behind the trees somewhere over there. But where? Oh! No! And again, wrong.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
No Hooters Air? Oh well, in that case leave it. Then we're not interested. Hey, A380 will be parked at Golf 9 again, W says. Because that used to be its regular spot until it wasn't for a brief moment, but only short-lived apparently. Saudia flight 933 arrived from Jeddah, and more Saudia is entering from the east.
Crosswind. Oh, deze gaat door.
Saudia and Qatar. Airplanes preceding quad-engined airplanes usually don't get much love here at AMS Live, and the Lufthansa now touching down here is no exception. It's 1:51, almost 2 o'clock, and that means that Polderbaan is going to be used for outbound traffic again pretty soon. So some of the airplanes that are now arriving from the west will at some point be directed to runway 27. How soon that will happen remains to be seen. The airplanes the triplet that is now entering Dutch airspace from the east is going to be landing on runway 27 to begin with. So that's another Dreamliner from Saudia and the Qatar triple being preceded by Egypt Air. Next up, Saudia flight 933, arriving from Jeddah. All white, Saudia cargo, 5 hours and 43 minutes underway. The 9 Hotel Alpha Kilo Kilo. The 9 Hak. The airplane you're looking at, ladies and gentlemen, is 30 years old, hailing from June 1995. In June 1995, I had just finished my first year of middle school. What were you doing if you were walking the earth already in 1995? June 1995.
Hey Rob, ben je er klaar mee?
The aristocratic look down the nose at you. Yeah, the royal queen looks down on her minions. Howling sound sounded pretty. Thomas was working as a law clerk final months at district court here in Sweden. That howling sound upon landing sounded gnarly, didn't it? Roy was also asking about LATAM earlier in the show. Here it is, the LATAM Dreamliner arriving from Sao Paulo, if I recall correctly. There it is. Right, a window of opportunity before traffic to runway 27 is resuming, presumably. Or is runway 27 going to stay closed, I wonder? That is also, of course, a possibility, that runway 27 is now going to stay closed and that inbound traffic from the east is all going to the Polderbaan, that the Polderbaan has become the primary runway. For the arrivals. Here's the Singapore Let M to 18 left. Right, so 18 left is opening. That means that the Polderbaan has become the primary runway for arrivals. Means that the arrivals from the east aren't going to runway 27 anymore. What they've done is making the Polderbaan the primary runway for inbound traffic. It's now basically a normal southerly wind. Yeah. Let me think about this. Yeah, if runway 24 is used for departures, if 18 left is used for departures, and if the Polderbaan is being used for arrivals, it means that they are now using a standard southerly wind configuration. I can already see one departure here on 18 left, Cheaters Lane. That's over there. So that means that LATAM Cargo is going to be taking off in the distance. That's more heads that we need to look over then. Yeah. Well, at least the LATAM Dreamliner is worth... Hey, is that Indigo also? What's happening with Indigo? Yeah, so the inbound airplanes are now going to the Polderbaan. What they've done is, apparently the wind has turned more to the south again, and they have resorted to using what is a normal southerly wind runway configuration. In other words, runway 24 is going to be the primary outbound traffic runway, and secondary is going to be 18 left, which is why LATAM is now already taxiing that way. Polderbaan is the primary runway for arrivals. All right. Saudi are returning to Sao Paulo. Probably would make for a good last airplane for today's show. Everybody's already taking Cheaters Lane to take off to the south, while LATAM is finding its way to the threshold. KLM 777 to Narita is also going to 18 left. Indigo apparently as well. Now visibility of the threshold has improved a little. Not constantly, people are in the way. This is still doable. Right, so that means that there are a few more airplanes that are interesting to watch. 777-200 to Tokyo Narita. Also coming this way, blocking our view of the Saudi 747 behind it. There's also an Indigo being pushed back, leaving from Mumbai pretty soon. LATAM Cargo is pulling up. LATAM Cargo, flight 8079 to Sao Paulo. No, not LATAM Cargo, LATAM Airlines. I apologize, LATAM Airlines. (7879) Dreamliner on its way to Sao Paulo. Registration Charlie Bravo Golf Papa CCBGP. 6 years old, first flight December 2019. So the 747 over there. The Team USA A330 is also still there, over there. Indigo getting pushed back. And 777 to Tokyo Narita over there. KLM flight 861 to Tokyo Narita, or it's not really Tokyo, it's Narita. 777-200, the PHBQO Bravo Quebec Oscar, 19 years old, first flight January 2007. Fire in the hole. Flappy wings. And off it goes. Alright, have we crossed 1,000 likes? It seems like it. Hey, thank you all so much, ladies and gentlemen. Your likes not only help to get airplane dances about, but more importantly, it helps the algorithm to promote this channel's content to viewers who don't know the channel yet, but who would also want to join us in future streams. So thank you so much for that. An airplane dance coming up. Let's see, Indigo in the process of getting pushed back. Would be a nice last airplane, wouldn't it? All right, a couple of narrow bodies are now approaching the threshold. That means we have a nice window of opportunity to do that airplane dance. Let me turn around the camera to a place where things are a bit calm, and here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is your airplane dance 2 days in a row. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. 1,000 likes will get you an airplane dance. I thank you all so much for this one. 2 days in a row. Thank you so much coming in. Thank you. That was great. Just in time for the EasyJet Neo going to Venice. Winter parka on a day like today, doing an airplane dance. Bit overkill. Well, better too warm than too cold. Indigo has begun moving. That will be the last airplane for today's show, ladies and gentlemen. After that, I'm going to wrap up, go home, grab a spot of lunch, go make the highlight compilation, and also go out and enjoy the sunshine a bit more while we still can. Another day in the office tomorrow, sitting indoors all day when the sun is out. It's exactly for that reason that I am striving to grow the channel into something that can sustain me full time, so that I don't have to stay indoors if the weather is good. Fire truck B18. B18. And another A321neo. This one is the Faxi. faxi machine. Sounds old-fashioned, but it's actually pretty modern. Disco van. Jeff wonders. Inside is a big party going on. Absolutely. Oh, suck up. Michael says you are such a great dancer. All that skiing athleticism coming into play. You are a bad liar, Michael. But it comes from a good heart. That's what counts. Hans is leaving. Thank you for joining, Hans. Hopefully see you again on Thursday. Hopefully I should be able to go out again for another stream then. This is Indigo to Mumbai. It's going to be the last airplane for today, or is it? Where's the other Indigo to Oslo going to? Is that assigned to 4 or? Because there are now 2 Indigos on the move. One to Mumbai and one to Oslo. The one to Oslo is probably going to Runway 24, isn't it? Oh! Oh! This reminds me of The Office, where they were watching a video screensaver. Is it going to cross? No, almost. That would have been so satisfactory. That would have been so satisfactory. This one really came close. One of the better things in life. 2 airplanes crossing each other at the same time. Richard already thanking me for the great Easter Special Edition show. Thank you so much for joining, Richard. I'm glad to hear you're enjoying it. As is Jeff. Thank you so much, Jeff, for your confirmation, because I already suspected you were enjoying yourself. I'm loving the Easter Special as well. It's a great day here to be out. Lots of activity, of course. Even though it isn't always going according to plan, there's always action going on over here as long as the center runway is not being used. That's our lucky break. If the center runway was in use like it normally would have been, then we wouldn't have had the action we saw in the previous 3 streams, including this one. It's just another confirmation that Schiphol has too many runways and it's too goddamn effective and efficient. But yeah, savor the moment. I think it has to do with taxiways being repaired, and that's our lucky break. And if I'm not mistaken, that's going to be a while, so hopefully in the upcoming weeks we can return here for more interesting streams to come. Hey, that's great. Roy posted some pictures of Flight Simulator in the community section. Head over there if you haven't already. If you are a subscriber and have been for a week or more, you can post stuff over there. The week barrier is so that we aren't getting spammers in our community section. It's either a week or no restriction, so that's why it's a week. But any subscriber to the channel who has been a subscriber for more than a week is allowed to post stuff there. So make sure to do so if you have interesting stuff that you want to share with the rest of the community. Indigo to Mumbai, last airplane of the day, 7879 Dreamliner. Just like the Dreamliner from LATAM. This one 8 years old, first flight July 2017. The last airplane of today's show. Combo shot. The other Indigo in the background, going to Oslo. On that bombshell, it is time to wrap up today's show. And wrapping up always starts with thank yous. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining me here today. I had a great time again for a 3rd day in a row being here at the McDonald's. Hope you guys enjoyed the show as well. If you did and you haven't done so already and you want to support the channel, don't forget to leave a like. Your likes really help to promote this channel and its content to new viewers who might also join us later in future streams. The more the merrier. A massive big thanks to everybody who supported in other ways than just liking. Thanks for the super chats, the super stickers, the gifted memberships, and those people who became a member themselves. A massive big thanks for all the other forms of support. Merch shop purchases, PayPal donations, etc. Also a massive big thanks once again to all the moderators who helped to keep today's stream friendly and accessible to all. Without all of you, this channel wouldn't be here, wouldn't be what it is today. So thank you so much. I hope to be back again on Thursday. Weather permitting, as always. For now, it is time to wrap up. Enjoy the rest of your day. Stay safe, stay warm, stay healthy, and I will see you hopefully on Thursday. Bye for now, guys. Take care.